everyone. We do have a quorum, and so we are just going to go ahead and get started with the first thing on our agenda. I mean, before we start, anyone have any announcements, anything you need to say? Okay. Okay. We are going to go ahead then and go with the first claim, which is at 9:15. So we're pretty much right on time. It's a carryover claim. Do we need we're just going to call them, or yeah. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start claim number 7412. Yes, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we have these carryovers, could somebody remind us why we carried it over? I don't have my agenda from the last meeting here.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I remember, this is the one that we needed more receipts or we needed proof, basically. If I remember right, this is why we held this one. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, thank you. Does that seem right to you all? Yeah. Thank you, Representative. Way to go. Appreciate
As dumb
that.
as I look.
Okay, so we needed more. See what's happened since then. Okay, yes. Nick, you had a... Okay, great. Thank you. If you could, I'm sorry, would you? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Please dial the extension number. Press the star key to start over. We will now connect you.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I am calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Kendall Golston available?
He is right here.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Golston, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Need my number?
Nope, we don't. We do not need that. We've got it right here in front of us. But again, my name is Susan Humphreys, and I'm the chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State in the Legislature. And the committee is hearing your claim number 7412. If you remember, we carried it over because we wanted some more information. So again, you are on the speakerphone with the committee, and we have the documentation that you provided, but in a minute, I will ask you to talk to us about your claim. But I wanted you to know that when you're done, we'll have a representative from the agency tell us their side. And then when all of that is complete, we will consider the matter and give you a written determination within 21 days. Does that all make sense to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's great. So what else would you like to tell us about your claim?
If I had anything else to add, if that's what you're asking, no, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, why don't you give us just a short synopsis of what happened, just to refresh our memories?
Excuse me?
Yeah, I just said, why don't you give us a short, why don't you tell us a little bit about your claim? We're reading over it. We have the information, but would like to hear from you a little bit about what happened as we're reading along.
I just went to RHU. When I got out of RHU, my property was supposed to be returned back to me for me to go to A&D to get it. when me and the unit team went to go and get it, I guess it was said it was lost. So that's where the step we was at. That's why I had to file a property claim. But I never got my property issued back to me because it was lost.
Okay, and did you submit a receipt to us about your property loss?
No,
Because that's what we were wanting from last time was we understood what happened, but we seemed to think that you had a receipt. And so do you have that receipt?
yes, this was the problem. Y'all want me to send y'all information. We don't have that additional information to do that. You want me to send you the things? I have them right here with my unit team. They already gave them to me, but I never had the information to give them to y'all.
But you have the information now in front of you? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, my unit team is right here. He could verify that.
Okay, go ahead, put him on.
Say that again?
Yeah, so when we heard this claim previously, we asked for the claimant to submit a receipt of the property that he lost. And it's,
Okay, so you like the receipt that he bought it?
yes.
Okay.
Is,
What were we looking?
Nah, they were saying it right here too. They saying they told me something. They never gave me an address. They just said they had the stuff ready to provide at the bank. I got it. You know what I'm saying? So where they saying I was supposed to send it to? That's not my fault. They didn't give us that information.
I'll start off with, let's see here. On your property.
I guess you want the receipt that I have this stuff for that this is that I don't understand. I'm lost.
So what all's on your property claim?
yeah, there, especially, what we're talking about is the receipt that those items were purchased, because I know that you had said on your
I'm
claim.
going over that now. I printed off
Okay.
the receipts for him.
Okay, all right.
30, 20 for my van.
Okay, so I do have a receipt and I collected the receipts from A&D from the property.
Okay,
Okay, on 4/30/20, he has a receipt that he received the 2 8-inch fans.
okay.
That's the only one from that receipt. And this is for the score player.
Yeah, that's my charger. USB comes with the thing.
Okay.
It comes with the charger.
On 7/19/22, it showed that he received the Score 5 MP4 kit.
Okay, thank you.
That was a few fans, right?
There's no, excuse me, we don't get a receipt. That's on my thing on my tablet for my Airmark.
These are receipts too.
Yeah, but no, we don't need those. It's the next one. Look for my sweat. Yes.
Right. So, and I'm showing on 10/6/2022, he received the jersey sweatpants.
Okay,
And on 12/16/2021, he received both sweatpants and a sweatshirt.
okay.
Commissary.
Nah, my Airmark for my clothes, my case. That's on my thing. Y'all can't print that off. That's only on my
Yeah,
tablet.
that won't be it.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to explain to him. You know, I'm like, now I'm sitting here lost because I don't know. You know what I mean?
That might have been something you could have requested from Airmark.
Yeah, I got it on my tablet, but they can't see my tablet. Only people can see it is me and you. That's what I keep trying to explain to them.
Okay, I think we have those receipts ourselves, and so we know well, I don't know do we know the price of the fans? We know the sweats. Is there a price on those 2 fans?
West Bend 8-inch fan was $36.55 for each.
Okay. Okay. Okay, committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Golston? Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so this is the first time that I've sit in on the special claims against the states committee, sitting in for Senator David Haley. And so a question for staff and for Mr. Kendall Golston. So Kendall, so originally, when you submitted your handwritten request to receive your property back or the monetary value of your property, so you're saying you were not told that along with your handwritten statement that you would have to submit receipts?
No, sir, I was not. Only way we got this part because they asked me. They said we'd do a continuance, and I got a paper in the mail to provide this. That's why they asked me to do this. But it's on my tablet. Like, we got a tablet with via messages. Y'all can't see that, but I can present that to me and my unit team. It's on there. That's what I was seeing. So I didn't know that, and I can't print them off, or I would have done that.
Mm-hmm.
See, with the steps we got with this property claim, like the additional stuff that, like, I'm being told, we're not being told that. They even sent us out a new IMPP thing on how to fill this out. None of this stuff is being added on there.
Mm-hmm. And Madam Chair, Kendall Golston, thank you for that explanation. And I'm a woman, I just have a deep voice. And so, Madam Chair, so it seems like we would work better though with the Department of Corrections on these issues to expedite these claims. I would, because usually inmates have to purchase those fans through the facility. And so wouldn't the Department of Corrections, wouldn't they be able to provide you, Madam Chair, with just a list of the items, because the inmates have to buy everything through there, of the prices, or does the prices change for different size fans? So I also serve on the Joint Committee of Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight and the State Board of Juvenile Justice. And so Hutchison has asked us for additional funding for Hutchison because it's so hot in there. And so I'm just curious, do they purchase the fans outside of the correctional facility or within? And are there different prices, different from the $37 fan?
Okay, now I'm understanding because I was a little lost. Yeah, the fans were not issued from Hutch. We're buying them from wherever the vendor is. Everything is coming from that vendor. So they're not issuing them to us. We're buying them from that vendor still on commissary.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kendall Golston.
Okay, committee, do you have any other questions for Mr. Golston? Yep. Okay, so now, okay, we will now hear from the Department of Corrections, and it's Darcy
House.
House. Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee. As I recall this, my notes state, he stated he had, it wasn't about turning in property sheets. We already had those, what he had purchased and not purchased. What he said was that he had a request form that was answered by staff stating, oh yeah, we'll get you your TV back. It was kind of focused on the TV, and he did have other items. So I looked through all of those. They were digital, so I was able to pull them up, and that should have, I'm assuming, been sent to you guys for your packet. They look a bit like this. And it refutes what he says. They actually told him he would not be getting it back because the serial numbers didn't match up. And they went through every item as to what he did receive back and what he did not.
Okay, so I'm not finding those sheets in my packet. But then my other question is, I didn't remember this was about a TV.
There was a lot of things. There were fans, a hot pot, a television.
His claim is just for $151.18.
Yeah, he made requests, he made complaints along with this, that there were other items. And he did make a commentary then that he said he was getting the TV back and that he had email proof of that. So that's what we went back and ran off. Where they state you are not getting the TV back because the serial number does not match up. He did have one that was given to him as a replacement at one point for previous issues. And then when they went through on this time and that was taken, he did not get that back because it did not match the record of what television he should have.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Falscadeau.
So, however, during that conversation on the phone just now, it sounded like the team unit person is verifying the receipts though for the sweatpants and the other two items. So not serving on this committee, so does it mean he gets the 151 for those items that he has a receipt for and not the TV? Is that how it works?
So what we'll do is once, what we typically do in the committee is we hear maybe 2 or 3 or 4 claims, then we take a break from calling people and we discuss it. And we have a motion, to pay or not pay, deny, whatever it is. So we won't decide right this minute, but we're getting all the information and then we'll talk about it in a few minutes. And Molly has a thought. Okay. Okay, committee, I'm just looking at this sheet that, and it has kind of a timeline of different responses. These are actually very helpful. We could have these on other claims also. That could be helpful. Okay, I suppose we should before we make a decision, we should have copies of those. Okay. All right, committee, do you have any other questions for the department? Senator Dietrich.
Yes, Madam Chair. So we have a recommendation from legal counsel. Could we talk about that as well?
Yes.
And I can't see her. There's.
Okay, yes. And if you'll introduce yourself when you come.
Thank you. I'm a lot shorter than Darcy, so this is going to be moved a lot today. My name is Christine Tortorese. I'm an attorney for the Kansas Department of Corrections. So my memory of this claim being carried over was that it was because of that email confirmation that Mr. Golson said he had of him being told his property was lost due to staff negligence. And as Darcy showed, that his email history did not show that. Additionally, he has received a specific denial from the unit manager that he claimed told him he would be getting his property back. And for those reasons, the department recommends his claim be denied. Thank you.
Okay, if I could just ask you a question. I'm looking at the minutes. These are the draft minutes. They haven't been approved yet, but it doesn't mention anything. It's talking about a property receipt. It's not mentioning an email.
Was it the receipts? Yes. So he did submit the receipts in his original claim that he purchased the items. However, also his fans were properly confiscated for being altered, and he also had a micro USB cable confiscated as well due to several disciplinary reports from November. And there were no proofs that he ever purchased the 12 packs of soda that he's claiming.
Okay, thank you. Okay, committee, do you have any questions? Representative Rajas, since you seem to have a really good memory about this claim, do you have any insights for us? Because it seems like minutes, what we're hearing is a little bit different. So, have any?
Well, as I'm listening, I kind of understand that it's all kind of getting brought back. There were a number of different situations, but I believe that is what we were waiting on as well. is some sort of a confirmation. But what the attorney has just told us is what we were waiting for confirmation that those actually were there. And it looks like that the soda pop and the other things, that those haven't come up. So
Okay. Okay.
looks
well-
to me like we're kind of, what we were requesting for was proof, and I don't think the proof has been brought forth.
Okay, yes, Molly. Okay, just a second. Hang on, just a second. Okay, committee, are there any other questions? Yes, Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then are we not to believe what the team unit person just said on that call, that there was a receipt for the sweatpants and I think 2 other items?
So, yeah, I know all of the issues are complicated and we hear different stories from different people. So we try to sort that out when we're having our discussion. We're not at that point yet, but those are great questions. So, okay, yes.
Thank you. If I may, Senator, a lot of the times they purchase property, but as I mentioned, like they could alter the fan, it'd be confiscated, or they lose it sometime between the purchase and the incident that was, being discussed here. So that just proves that he had it at some point. We're trying to decipher whether he had it at the time that he's claiming it was lost, if that makes sense. Is that helpful?
We're working on procedures and trying to figure out how to, get a little bit better information every time. So, okay, committee, any other questions for Mr. Golston or for the department? Okay, so Mr. Golston, as we mentioned to you before, we will talk about this and we will make a recommendation and then we'll provide you with written documentation within 21 days. Thank you for coming back the second time. We appreciate that. Okay, does that make sense to you?
Right.
This obviously, you ain't telling the truth of what you said. My tablet, what are we doing with the information? We're just giving them.
Okay, well, we're just, at the moment, we're just taking statements and then the committee will talk about it when we discuss when we are making our recommendation. So we appreciate that. Thank you. Okay,
Okay,
bye-bye. Thank you.
on what I'm saying.
Yes, Senator Dietrich, go ahead.
Christine, sorry. I would like to go back to the sweatpants and the jersey. So we have the receipts. He didn't alter them. There's no there's no indication that he altered anything or that they didn't belong to him. But what happened to them? Is that the issue?
So currently, we are unable to account for the sweatsuit specifically. However, because all of his other items, we can say that they were either not there for a reason or they were confiscated. It does follow that something happened to them that we are just unaware of.
The part of our issue is that, or the department's, is it due to staff negligence or is it due to some other?
It is on the onus of the resident to prove staff negligence, which he has not done in this issue.
So that's why you're recommending deny the whole claim.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to Senator Dietrich's questions for you. So if a person is incarcerated and, whether they're violating whatever and say they have to be removed from their cell or placed in in the hole is what they call it. So when they leave, they just go by themselves. The Department of Corrections or those guards or team unit people are their property is left behind. So, is that correct or not? I mean, surely they can't box up and bag up all of their things and take it with them. So, isn't some onus on, if they take that inmate out of that original space that they're living at, then who is responsible for their things? How does that work?
So generally, when a resident is taken to the restrictive housing unit, their cell is secured until their property can be packed away and inventoried by the staff. What I'm talking about with the sweatsuit is that he has not alleged any staff negligence. He hasn't alleged that the staff didn't do what they were supposed to in properly securing his cell and then packing his property. So if, say, his cell was left open for hours and it just wasn't packed until like next day, then that would be staff negligence. But in this case, there is nothing to suggest that besides, there's nothing to suggest that that's what happened here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, I think I'll go ahead and close the hearing on claim number 7412. We, of course, will discuss it in just a few minutes. Committee, claim number 7428 has been settled, so we won't be having that one. It is 10:45, so we'll go ahead and hear claim 7424. Jefferson Goad for $742.30. This one? Okay. With the what? With the WebEx, okay. Okay, well, why don't y'all try to figure out the WebEx microphones? We'll go ahead and we will go ahead and discuss committee claim number 7412 that we just heard with Mr. Golston. Do we have a motion? Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion that we approve claim number 7412 for $30.04, which is the receipted cost of the sweatpants and jersey, because we really are struggling with trying to determine what happened to those. And yes, they're owned at the inmate's expense, but in this instance, I think it might be the fair approach.
We have a second? Second by Senator Faustigedo. Okay, committee discussion on that?
Explain a little more, help me go down that path.
Senator Dietrich.
Yes. So we just looked at the receipts that he had for his sweatpants, $9.96. For the sweatpants and sweatshirt, $20.08, and that adds up to $30.04. They can't, we can't prove it was staff negligence, but we can't disprove it was staff negligence. We have the receipts, so it just seemed to be a possible solution. You can always make a substitute motion. You disagree.
Okay.
Senator McGinn.
Thank you. I have a question, and I hate doing this after we've already had a motion in a second, but
It's okay.
I meant to ask the attorney, when you say they have not proved staff negligence, what does that mean? What do they have to do to prove staff negligence?
So it means in this specific case that Mr. Golson claimed that he was told there was staff negligence, and it's been disproved that he was told that. So he would have had, in this specific case, he would have had to be able to produce some document or some email history saying that there was, because that's what he was specifically claiming. It's what staff negligence really varies on a case-by-case basis. Here, his only claim of it was that he was told so, which he was not.
He was told there was staff negligence.
He claims he was told there was staff negligence. But we have his email history, which does not support that, and we have a denial by the staff member that he claims told him there was staff negligence, specifically saying that there was not.
That sounds like a he said, she said. So I'm trying to figure out, when there's staff negligence, do you send an email? I mean, do you send something that's a hard document?
If Mr. Golson was told there was staff negligence, we would have had some kind of documentation of that. It would have been in his email as he claimed, and there would not have been a denial from the staff member that he claims told him there was.
So if there was staff negligence, you would have had documentation.
In this case, yes.
And would you have sent it to him?
He claims that it was. He claims it was. Our records show that that document does not exist or never existed.
And just in general, how would someone prove staff negligence?
So from there not being an inventory from when he was taken out, or some kind of proof that it wasn't inventoried for a long time, that his property was unsecured.
So because you did mention if he was packed out, but things weren't moved out of his housing unit or cell for a while, and we've had that happen. So you would say that would prove staff negligence?
If his cell was left unsecured for a period of time, then yes.
Thank you. Okay, and do we specifically in this case, he said he was told it was staff negligence.
Correct, that was what he claimed.
Was that in person?
He claimed it was in person and also via email. He claimed he had proof on his tablet, which we're able to see what they have on their tablets, and such evidence never existed.
He says someone told him that.
He said in person and in email.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Senator McGinn.
So again, if that happened, you guys would have documentation.
Yes, Madam Senator. In this case, he claims he had proof on his tablet. If he had that proof, we would have had access to it, but we did not.
I'm asking you,
Mhm.
do you send documentation when this happened?
Oh.
It's there.
Mhm.
I want to know what your policy is.
So if a CO or unit team manager sends them an email, which is what's being claimed here, yes, we receive that documentation, or we can access it. It's more accurate. Am I answering your question? Okay. So could you try rewording it? I apologize.
I'm trying to understand what your procedure is. Because it would be very simple. If you guys had a policy that you say, hey, I don't see how they get documentation.
So that would also be more, this case is unique in that he claims he had such specific documentation, but are you asking for more generally or this specific case?
I want to know how you communicate.
Introduce yourself, please. Thanks.
It's Darcy Holthouse, KDOC, with facility management. So in this case, with Mr. Golston, on his original form that he sent in, staff was able to approve, or to prove that his stuff was either destroyed due to being altered, not being his, because they're all marked with a serial number, it's an engraving. So either those didn't match up, so it wasn't returned to him. The sodas, I'm not saying he didn't have the sodas. There is a program they can order from occasionally that does not offer receipts. You can see the amount he spent, but you don't know. I'm not discounting he may have had soda, but the fact is we gave him 4 back, and it had been like 4 months. My guess is he probably consumed everything but the 4 we gave back. The jersey sweatpants, we're assuming since everything else was accounted for, those would have also been accounted for in some way if they existed.
Okay, and then if the sale was unsecured, you guys document that?
We would have been able to, if it was put in a timely manner, as policy states it should be, then we would have been able to review video to verify whether it was or was not secured. I don't know that there was any argument that his stuff was not packed up timely. It's just that when he received it back, he was missing items. And everything showed why, we had evidence to show why certain items weren't returned due to being altered, wrong serial number, or potential consumption. And so the assumption is made that the jersey sweatpants, if they were there, we would have accounted for them.
Okay, any other questions? Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a good thing that I don't really serve on this committee because, we keep evolving in life. And years ago, if you were incarcerated, your family members would purchase items and send them and so forth. And then you've got the store on the inside that purchases. Now we've went to the vendors. And so it seems like, that paper trail or that receipt, everybody kind of does something different depending on what the inmate is purchasing. But back to the original question posed by Senator Carolyn McGinn, I would like to know what is the procedure, because Madam Chair, I don't think that if that sale was left open for a certain amount of time, I really don't think that the guard or the team unit unless it's a collective group saying, they're standing guard and they're saying this was left open, things weren't packed. And if they do report, yeah, his cell was open for another 24 hours after he was vacated that space, still, are you going to put that, are you going to document that, are you going to email it out? Because I'm just, again, we just heard from his team unit person, maybe he should be questioned more. I'm looking here on page 4 of his original testimony saying the team unit witnessed my property lost. And so, and then in your own statement, you said you don't know about the soda pop. I don't either. I don't drink soda pop. I drink water. So I don't know. Who knows? And so I'm just, I don't know. I just, no, because I heard the person speak, and surely we can, there's some, I can't tell if everybody's lying, Madam Chair, but you can hear something in that presentation, and you can hear here. I just, I don't know. I don't think we should dismiss the entire claim, Madam Chair. But I still want to know what is the procedure.
So we would have stated.
Could I just add something I think that could be helpful? Thank you. So if the department or the facility did find they had been negligent, for instance, like it had been left open or there was video, then they wouldn't deny the claim probably. If they were admitting negligence, then it wouldn't have come to us in the first place.
So has that ever happened? You've heard it happen?
Claims
Okay.
are settled. Claims are settled. Yes. And
go for it.
so therefore, this one came to us because the department thought we did not, there was not negligence on the part of the facility. So would you like to add anything to that?
I'd just say, yes, we would, again, Darcy Holdhouse with Kansas Department of Corrections. We would signify if it wasn't. We often do. A lot of our cases, we put down whether it was secured or not. We put down who packed it up. A lot of times, we try not to rush it if we don't have to. If they are compliant, we ask them to pack up their own stuff. Then that is moved out of the cell to a secure location, a door that can lock. That's usually a program room or something like that that the officers have the key to. It's not always brought to the storage area right away. And if it's not gathered or collected, that is put in the documentation that didn't happen till a shift later or 2 shifts later.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm not on trial, and you don't have to try to defend what she's saying or convince me. I just wanted to know, and to me, the truth should never change, and the policy and the procedure should never change. But I just keep hearing, maybe, we don't know, discrepancies. And so I've put the folder up, and you can move on if you want to, but you don't have to try to get her to, you don't have to try to defend her, because, okay,
I was just
or
going to add
what
a
she's,
question.
I got it, Madam Chair, thank you.
Yep. And this is a difficult committee, Senator. So we're all trying to figure out.
Madam Chair,
Yep.
thank you. All of our committees here in the State House is difficult because we're dealing with people's lives, policies, and procedure. I take it seriously. But again, you have the truth in the middle, and you have this side and that side. And this opening statement here, I've heard so many different things. I just wanted to know, because when we pass laws, that's in the book right there in state statute, it's law. If it's a policy and a procedure, it should be followed regardless. And I understand these are different cases, but surely there has to be one set of policy or procedure in a particular case like this. But I'm done, and I'll just vote, and I put the folder up. So you can move on. Thank you.
We did not put the folder up. Like, we've got a long day ahead of us.
I got you,
We're gonna
Madam
keep
Chair.
moving.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, there is a motion on the table to pay the claim for $30.04, and we have a second. Is there any other discussion? Representative Mon.
Madam Chair, thank you. And just very quickly, so the question here is the idea that the inmate must prove staff negligence in order to be resolved. And so my question is always, how does he do that? What level of proof do we need to have? Is it probable cause, reasonable suspicion, and beyond a reasonable doubt? And I guess because that's for us individually to decide. And so one of the things that might.
Okay, sorry, we can't hear Representative Mon. Yep, thanks. Go ahead, Representative.
To me, one of the pieces of evidence or proof is that when something is in the custody, when inmates in a custodial situation and an item of property then gets transferred into the custody of the facility, and then somehow comes up missing, and there's no actual real breakdown of when he got it back, when he didn't. I think to some extent, they were the last people in control of it, and when it got back, the inmate claims it's missing. And that is, just the claim itself is some evidence. Whether it's proof sufficient to please everyone in the committee is up to them, but it is some evidence, as is the denial on the other side. But, it's one of those things, when I'm in custody of something and I give it back to you and it's broken, the assumption can be that I broke it. Or if you give it to me and I don't give it back to you, and I say I don't have it, the assumption can be that I lost it. So I think there is some evidence here. I am mindful of the challenges represented, in a prison setting, that can't always be followed, and that evidence can be somewhat murky. But as far as when we look at is there proof, that's something to consider. And I I'm just putting it out there as that question of the inmate must prove staff negligence, and we must all decide for ourselves to what level of proof and what evidence has been submitted. And so I just put out that in case it's helpful to some folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That was good. Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, committee, we have a motion second to pay claim 7412 in the amount of $30.04. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Okay, that claim will be paid in that amount. I would like to add one thing. It doesn't really affect exactly what happened because we did actually have the receipts of those sweatpants. But when we sent the letter to Mr. Golston last time saying we would like proof, Molly has mentioned that we didn't specifically say, we need to have it emailed to us, we need to have it mailed to us. It just was, he needed to show proof. And it seemed like that was a legitimate explanation that he had, that he did have it on his tablet. And then I was thankful for the officer to tell us that. So just FYI, and even maybe if we have a carryover another time, we're very explicit in our instructions on what we need. That could be helpful.
Hi, members of the committee. I just want to let everyone know that that is an interim goal of ours or a next interim goal, to make sure that our forms are explicit as possible, including carryover letters and everything else.
Thank you. We're all learning. We're all learning. Okay. All right. Were we able to figure out how to get in touch with Jefferson Goad? We're going to give it another go. Okay. So committee, this is claim number 7424.
Hello, my name is Mike Ditch. I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Jefferson Goad available? Is Jefferson Goad available?
Yes, here I am. Yes.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Goad. Is that you? Yep.
Yes,
Are you
ma'am,
there?
I'm right here.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you. My
ma'am.
name is Representative Susan Humphreys, and I'm the chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State at the Legislature. The committee
Yes,
is
Ms. Humphrey.
hearing, yep, we're hearing your claim number 7424 in the amount of $742.30. So
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
on the speakerphone with the committee right now at the Capitol. We have all of your documentation. And when we're going to have you explain to us your situation, when you're done, we will have a representative from the agency tell us their side of the issue. And then when that is complete, we will discuss it and we will provide you with a written documentation of our answer within 21 days. Does that all make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
thank you. Please tell us what you would like us to know about your claim.
On May 8th, when I was placed into RHU, they had an inmate pack me out of my cell, cell D2-109. And when I got the denial letter back from Mr. Hambrick, it stated that Corporal Philpott said that he packed my property out and everything. Well, when I talked to Corporal Philpott after that, he was talking about cell 206. He was talking about a totally different time. He wasn't even talking about cell 109. And that's why I went ahead and got the witness forms from two of the other cellies that were in there with me, and had Corporal Stewart call you guys and time to talk to you guys. That's the only reason. I mean, I lost all my stuff. I lost, I mean, a bunch of hygiene stuff I didn't even put down that I lost because the guy, one of my cellies, stole all the stuff and sold it instead of the employees actually packing me out like they were supposed to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goad. Committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Goad? Okay, we will now hear from the agency. Thank you. Mrs. Tortorice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Tortorice. I represent the Kansas Department of Corrections. So while Mr. Goad claims that his property was left unpacked and that his cellmates had to pack it, our officer does specifically remember that he was the one to pack it out and that he packed it out in a timely manner. And because of our correctional officer's memory, we recommend that the claim be denied. Thank you.
Okay, committee, I do have one question. You can ask questions. You have video of that?
We do not, I believe. We do not.
Okay, thank you.
Why?
Okay, so it's just,
Can I ask a
okay,
question?
hang on just one second. I'm letting the committee ask questions. So if you would hold on just
Yes, ma'am.
just a minute, Mr. Goad. Committee, do
Yes,
you have any questions? Representative Mon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question, I mean, it is pertaining to this, but in general as well. I think the perception or the assumption that most of us have is that in a prison setting, there are cameras everywhere and everything is being surveilled all the time. And that may or may not be true. And whether or not it's recorded and what is the policy for recording and looking back to see evidence and things like this. Can you kind of help us out with that?
So there are cameras and footage is automatically deleted after 30 days unless there is a reason to preserve it. It doesn't always get preserved when there is a property claim that is at least on the surface, simple as this one. Sometimes it can be as much as as in this case, the correctional officer saying, no, I did it. I specifically remember that. So there is camera. Yes, it does not always get preserved unless specifically requested.
Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at the letter, Teresa, and so that, or Christina, I'm sorry, Christina, the next to the last paragraph.
Sorry, which letter are you referring to?
Scott Hambrick.
Okay.
Submitted. Do you see that? It's on, for me, it's on page 67.
You can keep asking. I just got to flip through to find it.
Okay. So he talks about the fact, I think he was probably the investigator of this, and he said that there were some items that they see were packed and receipted and noted. But then he says the sentence, he says there was no ring nor necklace noted, doesn't list a value for the watch, and the date of loss doesn't reference any of the claimed items. So I guess my question, what I'm not understanding is how soon, and probably because there's so much information here and I haven't been able to follow the timeline, how soon did the claim get filed noting what was missing? Because there were some things that were inventoried that were there, and there were some things that are not.
So you're asking about the timeline?
Yes.
Okay.
And
I just had that page up. Okay, so he is claiming his property was lost on the 8th, I believe, of May. He filed on the 25th. I'm just confirming the date of the alleged property loss.
Okay, just to follow up on that a little bit. So you said alleged loss, but in that letter from Mr. Hambrick, he says it is clear that resident Go did not receive the items listed when his property was returned to him.
Have it.
Sorry,
Sorry?
you found it? The
No.
letter?
Saying alleged loss is habit.
Oh, habit.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, just wanted to, seems like the department did concede to the fact that not all of his items were returned to him.
So So you're talking about halfway through the second to last paragraph where it does mention that his property was not on the inventory? Okay, never mind. So his property that he is claiming was lost was not on the inventory when we took the inventory on the day in question. Additionally, where it's saying that some of the items were there and some were not, that can just be sometimes less than stellar record keeping on our part, or things happen. One of the officers might just not have seen it when they did an inventory, or on a prior inventory. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Okay, all right, committee, do you have any other questions for Ms. Tortorice, Senator Falscato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if, in fact, the property was lost or left unattended or secured, what would be the punishment or infraction towards the guard? Is there, or the team unit person, or?
I am uncertain. I imagine they would get a note about that in their file, but again, I am not certain on that.
Thank you.
Senator Diedrich.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. In the past, if the facility found that a guard or whomever had been negligent, then the claim is paid by the facility. So I don't know that the supervisor would be reprimanded. We don't know that, but at least the claim would be paid, right?
Okay. Okay, all right. Any other questions, committee? Mike, yes.
My question is, doesn't the inmate have to sign a sheet of paper showing that the items that were packed out were his or not?
Yes, they do sign the inventory sheet. There is a line that says, I affirm, swear, I'm not exactly clear, I don't remember the exact language, but a line that essentially says that they recognize that that is all their property, and that and another line that says they received the property, yes.
Doesn't look like there's any proof here that that statement was signed.
I'm looking for the inventory right now. So there is a signature on both lines. The scan is not great, and it's unclear if they're both affirmed signatures. One might have been a little sketchy, but he did sign both lines of the property form. Yes, sir.
Okay, we're just curious if you're looking at the same thing we're looking at.
I have a property inventory from 5/9/24. The first thing is shower shoes, then miscellaneous paperwork.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions, committee? Representative Mon.
So that property inventory, you're looking at 5/9. My understanding is he's packed out on 5/8.
Yes, so sometimes if it's particularly busy, they secure the property and then they go through it and actually inventory it a bit later.
Sure. So, but this inventory is him saying these are the things that were being taken into DOC's custody, right? And I think his complaint is that when he got them back, things were missing. Is that right?
But if they weren't on this one, then that would suggest that he did not have them when they were taken.
Okay, thank you, committee.
But yeah,
Anything else?
I guess it's
Yes.
still a question of what happened between 5.8 and 5.9, what his claim would be, right?
Yeah, so the property would be secured, maybe put in an officer station, maybe just put in A and D until we have the staffing to be able to specifically go through it and log each item. But it was secured away from other residents.
Thank you, ma'am.
Senator Dietrich.
Not to prolong this, but I mean, you do have a statement from the guard that he personally remembers packing this inmate out.
Correct.
And so your last legislative claim in your letter makes it pretty clear that that's what happened.
What page is that?
82. Correctional officer on duty specifically.
Okay, committee, we will discuss this when it comes to recommendations, but for now, are there any other questions for anyone? Okay, Mr. Goad, you're still there? You've heard everything?
Off and on, yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, I think we have all of the information we need. So we will, in a little while, we'll discuss your case. We'll make a recommendation. We'll let you know within 21 days.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, yep, thank you. And then
Bye-bye.
it's also, the next claim is also there, and we're wondering if Tracy Hackney is available.
Not yet.
Not yet?
That need to come in. Yeah. He got it right here in meal time, so my office was handing out trays, so I'm getting right, so just give me about 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so not ready for 3 or 4 minutes, even though that one was supposed to be at 11. Okay. Why don't we, I think we should go ahead and hang up. Let him know we will call him back. And then we can either, excuse me?
So when do you want him in here?
Did you say when? Yes,
Yeah,
probably,
when.
in the next, let's say 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay,
That work.
thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, why don't we go ahead and make a recommendation on claim number 7424?
Madam Chair, I move that the claim be denied on the grounds that the inmate has signed a statement saying that, certifying that the inventory that he was presented with was accurate and the items that he's complaining about weren't on the inventory.
We have a motion and second. Okay, so a discussion committee. I do have a question on Representative Mon, your reasoning is because, can you tell me what, are you looking on your computer? What page is that?
I am, and it was page 80, I think.
Okay, so that
was the inventory on May 9th, the day after he was packed out. And at the bottom is his signature. I certify that the above is a correct inventory of my property. I understand the mechanics of, he was packed out on May 8th, and he's saying, but the next day he was presented with an inventory saying, is this all the property that you had? And he said, he certified that yes, it is. I'm not saying that something didn't happen. I'm just saying that when he certifies that that is a true and accurate assessment of all his property, when it goes into the custody of the DOC, we can't guess around that. So that's the basis of my motion.
And I'll just point out, it seems like everything on that list is consumables, or I mean, a lot of the stuff that was on his claim, it is not there. It's just curious to me.
And that's my point, is that it's curious that if he had these items, and those are big items that are on his claim, that he would go, well, hey, hold on, where's this, where's that, where's my watch, where's, you know, that was part of my property. So I don't know, I guess when somebody certifies something, I have to take it at face value, and he certified that this was all his property.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, committee, any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the table to deny claim number 7424. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, claim number 7424 will be denied. I guess we should go ahead and try calling back. I don't think we have time to do the next claim before we get back to them. Committee, this claim begins on page 84 in your packet. No answer yet? Okay, all right. Yep, I think we'll go ahead and move to claim number 7420. That was supposed to be at 11:15. $74.20.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Robert Blarock available?
Yes, I have him outside waiting. I'll bring him in here in just a second, okay?
Thank you.
Oh, Everett. I'm gonna put you on speaker, ma'am, just a second.
Okay, thank you.
You there? Do you want to do this on speaker, or would you rather just speak to him on the regular handset? You there?
Yes, we're here.
Hello?
Yes?
Okay, hang on just a second. Let me put him on the line. Hang on.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hello?
Yes, hi, Mr. Blaurock, or how do we say your last name?
Blue Rock, that's fine.
Okay. My name is Susan Humphreys, and I'm a state representative and the chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State at the Kansas Legislature. And the committee is hearing your claim number 7420 in the amount of $1,789 So you're on the speakerphone with the committee right now at the Capitol. We've been provided, just a second, all the documentation, and in a minute, okay, hang on just a second.
I'm having a hard time hearing this.
Okay,
It's clicking in and out the phone.
okay,
Okay, go ahead.
okay. Do you think, can you hear better now?
Miss, I really having a hard time understanding you here.
Hmm. Okay, let's try again. How is this?
Hello, are you there?
Yes, mm-hmm.
This is Ms. Tievler again. Yeah, I think because you're on speaker, it's clicking in and out. Huh?
Okay. Okay, is that any better? We did something different here.
That's a little better. Let me put it back.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Well, how about now? Is that any better? We can hear you really well. And so we're going to hear from you, then we're going to hear from the agency, and then we'll make a determination and let you know. So why don't you go ahead and tell us about your claim? We can hear you fine.
Okay. Basically, this started on like March 19th of 24. I informed the CC1 Ralph Hewitt that they had a problem over there in B6 with people stealing and being targeted for theft, which nothing came of it. On the morning of March 26th, I went to the library from 8 to 10, and when I came back, I approached the unit team, Mr. Ralph Hewitt, again, and told him, I said, hey, I said, these guys are targeting people, trying to get into the cells, trying to steal. The guys that are doing all the stealing are basically security threat group, white boys, Crips, Bloods, blah, blah, blah. And anyway, I told Mr. Hewitt, I said I wanted to holler at the black suits and tell them what the hell was going on. So at 1 o'clock, I went to the library on March 26th. At 1 o'clock, I went to the library again. At 1:30, I had asked the two officers to pack my stuff out to go get my stuff. I asked Mr. Hewitt to go get my things out of the B6210 up there. And at 1:30, like I said, the black suits come and got me at the library. And any time after that, everything I had came up missing. The problem with this is I've got two responses here, and they from Deputy Warden Jesse Howe, and he said there was a lot of traffic in and out, but he couldn't tell if anyone had carried anything out. These are 4-man cells, so yeah, there's going to be a lot of people going in and out, especially their company. And then I got a different response from Miss Elliott saying that the door was left open. Well, there's 4 people in and out that door, and I'm gone. My locker was locked. The officers did not go pack out my stuff, nor did the unit team go get my things when they were asked to do it at 1 o'clock. So sometime between 1 o'clock and God knows when, I didn't find out my property was completely missing until April 1st. And I promptly, on the 4th, it took me 3 days to get the property claim forms from Miss Lange, Unit Team Lange over in B2. And I filed those on a timely basis. But while I was also in, A2, I got wind of who did it. Some other inmates were in there. They had taken also, and they told me who did it. It was Michael R. Ward. And, damn it. Charles Rogers and inmate Reed. I don't know his first name. Okay. But when I asked DIA to investigate this, to go get my stuff. I got zero response. I've got no response out of the unit teams other than, hey, we're just going to deny your property claims because it's too much. I have all the receipts for everything that was in there. And naturally, as far as your television and hot pot, electrical cord and fan, those things will not fit in these tiny lockers, and you can't lock them up in your locker every time you leave the room. But bottom line of it is they just didn't do the job and go up there and get the stuff when they were supposed to.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Blaurock. So I do have a quick question, and that is, why did you ask to have your stuff packed out? I'm not clear on that.
Miss, I still didn't hear you.
Yeah, I just wondered why your stuff was being packed out that day. Can't hear me?
Well, there's a doggone good question about that. If my stuff was in pack out on March 26th, that means that the people got to my locker and got to my damn property, television, hot pot, fan, extension cord, and everything that was sitting up top, remote control, cables, everything that went with it, before officers ever went up and packed it out. There's no indication of what time they packed it out. They should have did that at 1 o'clock when they were asked to.
Okay.
Same
Okay.
with Unit Team Ralph Hewitt.
Yep. Okay, thank you. We will hear from the agency now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Tortorese. I represent the Kansas Department of Corrections. So video footage of the relevant times in this case do not show the residents taking anything from Mr. Blaurock's cell. I have seen that footage. There isn't as much traffic as the initial letter led to believe, but there is also nothing being taken out. Additionally, resident Ward that Mr. Blaurock mentioned was Blaurock's cellmate at the time. Therefore, he did have permission to be in the cell. So for these reasons, the department recommend the claim be denied. Thank you.
Okay, questions, committee? Yes, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your original question of the reason why he was being packed out, I'm learning a lot of new terms real quick here, packed out. So was it because he had mentioned the names of those who he thought was targeting individuals to steal their items? So I don't know who I was directing the question to, but
Sorry, does
but
anyone know why he was being packed out?
yeah, that's the question.
So
Thank you.
why he was taken to the RHU? From this,
Can you explain what the
So RHU is the restrictive housing unit. So normally if someone asks to be taken to RHU, that's also our protective custody. So they can ask for if they feel threatened in general population.
Okay, thank you. So just to make sure I understand your response, basically the claim is being denied because, I mean, where is all, only because you didn't see in the video footage what he claimed.
So,
but my question is, what about the inventory list and what about all of that whole thing that we usually get? And I know there's paperwork here, but it's hard, some of it's hard to read. What happened to his stuff?
I do not know, but the fact remains that during the time frame he claims his items were stolen, nothing was removed from his cell.
So was he packed out?
He was, yes. I'm looking to see if I have the inventory.
Thank you.
So, I have some inventories. It is difficult to read the dates on them. This happened on So I only have earlier inventories showing Mr. Blaurock's property at the time. I do not believe I have one from this pack out.
Okay. Okay, committee, do you have any other questions? Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So he is claiming that his cellmate is the one who took this, and we know that his cellmate would have had access to the cell. So even if you didn't see the items leave the cell, if his cellmate had taken the items, what do you do to prevent that from happening? If it would still be stolen goods, we don't have proof whether or not they were there because we don't have a pack-out sheet from that day. So how do we know they weren't stolen? And if staff didn't intervene to prevent them from being stolen by his cellmate, is that not staff negligence?
So that would be the serial numbers on the larger items. And if he did specifically name a resident ward, staff likely would have checked those items to make sure that they did not, that they actually belonged to a ward and not to Blaurock.
Do we have proof of that?
That they checked?
Uh-huh.
There's no documentation about that, no.
So we don't know whether or not his cellmate had these items. And we don't, as a committee, have information about whether or not that was checked.
Correct.
Any other questions, Representative Mon?
Madam Chair, and Council, I know you only have the information that you have. Do you know why we wouldn't have had an inventory list of when he was packed out? It seems like that's normal.
Sometimes they just aren't provided to me personally, and I know I sent an email about it, and I just sometimes don't hear back from the facilities.
Sure. So we don't know whether it was actually done in this case. All we know is that it wasn't provided to you or to the committee.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Senator Dietrich.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask a question of Darcy. Darcy, do you have any of the inventory sheets that we don't have? Because it is unusual for us not to get the pack out sheet.
Yeah, I do not have that in my, Darcy Holdhouse, Kansas Department of Corrections. I do not have that in my packet as well. Emails were sent out asking for it. Majority of time we get responses. There are times we do not. I can tell you common practice would be if you're in there, the officers are going to look at the bigger items because they are marked and engraved. So any of those items would have been obvious when carried out. And they generally would take a peek at the items in there to see if numbers matched up.
May I ask another question?
Yes, of course.
So just from your experience in the years that you've been involved with corrections, when you've got a cellmate, whether it's a 2 or 4-man cell, is it common for a cellmate to take property belonging to the other cellmate? How do you figure that out?
It is common, unfortunately. Generally, a lot of things, if they're smaller, aren't figured out. Larger items like these, we would eventually come across to whoever wound up with it. Sometimes we don't because they are very ingenious and they find ways to scratch off the engraving. So we do come across a lot of items that if they were engraved, that has been scratched out. So it's impossible to link that back.
So if I may, just one more question,
Yeah.
just to get my head straight on this one. So if it's a cellmate that's being accused by the other cellmate of taking his property, are they still cellmates and where does the property go? You're in a contained environment. Where does it go?
It's consumable, it's consumed. It's traded quite often for other items, some of them drugs. Sometimes it's traded, they take other people's stuff to pay off a debt they owe. It's hard to say. I don't have, on any item that would have been large, I don't have any evidence that we found where it went.
And you had video evidence of nothing leaving that cell that was big enough to.
It's nothing large.
Large, right. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the information.
Okay, committee, any other questions? Yes, Representative Mon.
Sorry, Darcy. So it looks like this claim was initially made on March, or the incident is alleged to have occurred on March 26th. The claim was made on April 8th. And obviously there's been some indication that somebody looked at the video during that time and didn't see anything carried out of the cell. Do we know whether after 4/8 anyone went and, for want of a better word, kind of tossed the cell of the cellmates and then kind of looked to see if that maybe they had the items? Was there any additional investigation as far as searching the cell on or after April 8th?
It would have been looked at again when unit team received the initial complaint.
So when you say it would have been looked at, I mean somebody
Like they would have
gone
went
into
back to the cell just to see. By that time, if it's something somebody stole, it's not going to still be in there.
So 2 weeks or so later, it's either been sold or traded or moved. So at some point, it would have been moved out of that cell, and we only looked at the video of March 26th.
We'll go back a few hours before an incident starts, and then we'll go beyond to what we at the time have as information to be the end. So that would have been, we would have looked shortly after pack out as well.
And I know this is, where we get to focus on individual things, large operations. So I know it's difficult, but thank you.
Okay, committee, any other questions? Okay, I think they hung up, so I can't let them know that we will let him know within 21 days, but I'll close that hearing on claim number 7420. And what about going back to 7425? Do we have anything we know about that yet? Okay.
Hello, my name is Mike Ditch. I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Tracy Hackney available? Hello, is Tracy Hackney available?
Yes, he is. Go ahead. You have him.
Hello?
Hey, yes, thank you for being here. Sorry about that. Okay, Mr. Hackney, this is Susan Humphreys, and we're representative here in the state capitol. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes. I
Okay,
can.
great. We were having a little bit of trouble earlier. So I'm the chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State at the Kansas Legislature. And today the committee is hearing your claim number 7425 in the amount of $204.26. So you're on the speakerphone with the committee right now at the Capitol, and we have all of your documentation. In a minute, I'll ask you to tell me your side, and then the agency will tell us their side of the issue. When all of that is complete, we'll consider the matter and provide you with our determination within 21 days. Does that make sense?
All right. Yes, it does.
Okay, so tell us what you'd like us to know about your claim number 7425.
All right, what it implies is that, I was being moved from one cell to another cell, and the officer left my cell door open. And, so while my stuff was in my cell, they left door open and told me to go take a shower. When I went to go take a shower, some inmates ran into my cell and stole my TV and stuff. So when I went after them about my TV, 6 of them surrounded me with a shank and threatened to stab me. So when I filed this property claim, the original lady that did the property claim here in Hutch denied it on the grounds that she said that I didn't have a TV and stuff because of some property slips. But what she doesn't realize is that when I got rolled from the east unit and brought back to the central unit, I was placed in a drug rehab in C1, which in there they do not let you have any of your electronics. So all my electronics was in A&D. Well, then like 2 weeks later, I got a write-up and was put in a hole. And when I got out of the hole, they placed me in B1, which is not a drug rehab, it is a regular cell house. And so when I got my property back, they let me get my electronics back. She's trying to say that I never had the electronics after I got rolled from the east unit, which is not true. They was all in A&D. I just couldn't have it at the time. But once I got placed in B1, I got my property back. That's why she's trying to say I didn't have a TV and that then people didn't run up in there. And I wouldn't be in the hole right now under OSR and not be out in population if this wouldn't have happened. I mean, I've been doing time for almost 17 years now, and I've never had any problems with anybody until now. But
Yes,
that's
okay.
the story of what, that's
Okay,
the
thank you.
story of what happened.
So you got everything back except the TV, is that what I understand?
Well, I got everything back when I went to B1. That's where they stole it at, was in B1. I was in 101 and they was moving me to 143, and I moved all my down to 143 and put it in that cell, and then the officer told me to go take a shower. I went to go take a shower, and when I came back out of the shower, my stuff was gone. And so I went down the run looking for the people that took my stuff, and that's when they hanged up on me and pulled the shank on me. I've been trying to work this out with EAI, but they refused to even see me. So I don't know what's going on. I've been in here for 6 months now waiting to try to figure this out. And nobody seems to be wanting to help me. I know that's not your all's problem, but
Okay,
I'm
thank
dealing
you.
with that part too. Yeah.
Okay. And so one of the committee members has a question, Representative Vaughn.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question. I'm sorry this happened to you. When you did go to shower, did you lock your cell door before you did that?
I can't lock my door. The police have to do it. That's why I'm saying they left my door open.
Okay, that's helpful info. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, committee, any other questions for Mr. Hackney? Okay, we will now hear from the department. Thank you. Mrs.
Thank you, Madam
Tortorese.
Chair. My name is Christine Tortorese. I represent the Kansas Department of Corrections. So, Mr. Hackney claims that residents entered his cell and took some of his items while he was in the shower. It is the residents' responsibility to secure their cells in that they have to request the cell be closed when they leave voluntarily for a short period of time. Additionally, and that information is posted throughout the units, that they must request their cells to be closed. It doesn't happen automatically. Additionally, when Mr. Hackney was in his rehabilitation program and if A&D had a TV for him, that still would have shown on his records that he had a TV that was being held. And because there was no record of that, the department recommends his claim be denied. Thank you.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah, hang on just 1 second. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
First, I'm going to ask the committee if they have any questions for the agency. And yes, Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when you said that the inmate has to request that their cell be closed? Is that if they're in an individual cell? How do they do that if there's more than one inmate in a cell?
If there's more, I believe it's still, they ask to be let in and out when it's time for them to be in the day room, when they're allowed to move freely. They still have to request for it to be opened or closed.
Madam Chair, but if the inmate was told to go take a shower, etc., how does he do that without, I mean, the guards or somebody's interacting there? Thank you.
I mean, it would just be please close my cell. Like they just ask for it to be closed and the guards are able to close it.
I wish it was that easy.
Mr. Hackney, what would you like to say?
I would like to say that I've been here almost 17 years now, and I have never been able to ask them to close or open my door on my own. It just doesn't happen. I'm there is no day room. This is Hutchinson Central Unit. We don't have day rooms, and they don't let us have control of our doors like that. We don't get to ask to have it open or closed. They do it, and we're to go do whatever they tell us to do. And we don't get a chance to ask or tell them anything. They don't do that. I don't know where she's from or what she does for what unit she's talking about, but in Central Unit, you cannot ask to have your door open or closed.
Okay, thank you.
They do it automatically.
Yep, and now I have another question for the agency from Senator McGinn. Do you have a question?
I'm just trying to understand that. I believe he said earlier that he was told to go take a shower. So if he was told to go take a shower, does he have to also say, would you please shut my door?
It is policy for them to be in charge of that process. I don't have any records of that. It was something he was told, but I suspect it would be the same of, hey, close my door.
She makes it sound so easy.
Okay, yeah, but if you will introduce yourself again, Darcy, thank you.
Facility management with DOC, Kansas Department of Corrections. Generally what happens during a shower time is the doors are open for the levels or units or however they divide it to be showered. Those doors remain open unless an inmate were to request it closed. Generally, you would stand by it, request your door to be closed. Most people don't. They just remain open. They do the shower. They come in and out. A lot of people try to microwave their stuff, get ice, do their other little things during that time, and then the doors are closed at the end of that period. That's if he's saying he's never been able to request it to be closed before, that's a staff issue we need to discuss. But he does have the ability. I know the facility I worked at that they could request that. They stood by their door, would make the request so we knew which door to close, and we'd close the door.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any other questions for Darcy? Yep, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then, just for clarification on this claim, so did he also say that he was told to take a shower because he was being moved somewhere else, and so to the drug unit or something? It seems like it was more than just, cells are open and everybody's taking a shower and making phone calls. It was that he was being moved somewhere else to whereas he couldn't go right back to his cell. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get clarification?
I thought that's what I heard him say. So Mr. Hackney, there was a question for you. When you left to take your shower, was that because you were moving to another unit and they requested you to do that?
Yeah, it wasn't another unit, it was just another cell. I was being moved from one cell to another cell in the same unit.
But after I got moved, it was they was doing showers, and I'd been doing my stuff while they was running showers, so they was actually done with everybody else's shower. So when I got moved, the officer told me to go ahead and get my shower in so that he didn't have to put me on the late shower list.
Okay.
So that's when I grabbed my stuff and went to the shower. But I thought he was going to close my door. I can't. I know these people think that we can actually ask to have our doors closed or open, but it doesn't happen that way. It really doesn't. I wished it was that simple. But these officers do not open or close your door on request. They do it automatically, and you're to go do whatever they tell you to do. You can't dolly around, or you're going to miss out on your shower time, and you won't get a shower. You have to go when they tell you to, because they only give you 5 minutes to shower.
Okay.
I can't
Okay.
stand there
Yep.
for 5 minutes asking them to close my door. They're not even going to listen to me because they're way down the run. It's like 30, 40 feet down the run. Spot where
Okay.
they're at.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hackney. Okay. Committee, do you have any
Yeah,
other
I wish it was
questions?
that easy.
Okay. Yep. I'm going to call on Senator Dietrich now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regardless of whether or not the cell was secured, if we go back to the root issue here, it's that the inventory list does not show, which he signed off on, that he had those items that he declares are missing. So if you look at page 108 on our forms, yes, he claims staff didn't secure his cell, but the claim was denied because none of his claimed items were listed on the property inventory. So that's which he signed.
Could I just point out the inventory was
Yeah.
on May 4th?
Right.
The incident was on June 13th.
Yes, but
So could he have acquired
so-
any of those things in that month?
well, I don't have evidence of that. That's a great question, Madam Chair. Do we have any receipts past, May 4th or June 13th? I don't have any record of that.
So, Mr. Hackney, can I ask you a question? Are you there?
Yes.
The question was, in a property inventory list on May 4th, you signed off on and you didn't note that anything was missing. And then the incident was on June 13th.
Right. But that was when I was in C1, not B1. There's a difference. C1, I cannot have my electronics. So all my electronics were in A and D being held while I was in a drug program in C1. When they moved me from C1 to B1, when I got my property back, they gave me back my TV and all electronics because I was no longer in that program. I have
Do you
had
know
that
the date of
TV.
when? You know the date
It
of when that happened?
It was somewhere like May, I want to say around May 20th or 21st.
Okay.
When I got them back, I was only in C1 for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And during that
Okay.
time period, I didn't have my TV and stuff because I was in that program and they won't let me have that.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And the Ms.
There's no
Tortorese.
way my stuff would have disappeared in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to hear from the agency now.
I have a receipt that Mr. Hackney did purchase a TV in 2016. And again, if it was being held while he was in the program, that would have reflected on his inventory.
But we don't have that inventory
Oh,
of when he was in that
apologize.
program.
It would have reflected in the one he saw. Apologies.
Was he?
How about you? You know anything?
Okay.
You can't say
Okay.
that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, committee? Okay. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Hackney, we'll discuss this and make a determination and let you know within 21 days.
All right. Just so you know, before we end this, I'm trying. I don't know how to prove it because I don't get this paperwork. Otherwise, I would have had the paperwork to show that I got my TV back when I got moved from C1 to B1. But I don't get that paperwork. Only A&D has that paperwork.
Okay. Okay,
But
that's
if
helpful.
these people know their programs and what they're running up here, they would know that in C1 you cannot have your electronics. And that when I got moved from C1 to B1, that I got my electronics back.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. Yep,
But I don't
that's
know
helpful.
why the paperwork wouldn't show that. I have no control over their paperwork.
Mhm.
But that's how it was, and
Okay, yep.
I have no way to do anything about that because I can't require the paperwork.
We
They won't
understand
let me.
that. And so we will discuss it and we can ask them for paperwork also. So we'll discuss it and we'll let you know within 21 days. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Committee, we have 2 more claims that we're supposed to be done by 12, but I think we'll go ahead and do those because they're probably waiting. And then we'll have the discussion afterwards. Yep, claim number 7423. Henry Scott.
Hello, my name is Mike Ditch. I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Henry Scott available?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay, great. Hi, Mr. Scott. This is Susan Humphreys, and I'm the chairman of the committee, Special Claims Against the State at the Kansas Legislature. We are hearing your claim number 7423 in the amount of $93.59. And you're on the speakerphone here at the Kansas Legislature in the Capitol. And I'm going to have you explain your claim to us. We have all of the documentation. Then I will have the agency tell us their side of the issue. Then after that, we may ask some questions. And when it's all complete, we will have a discussion. And the committee will let you know within 21 days what our determination is about your case. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Scott, go ahead and tell us about your claim, please.
Well, I got taken to the hole because they say my celly was fighting in my room and they couldn't determine who it was, so they took all 3 of us to the hole. And they let me out the next day, but when they let me out, I went to get my property and just my covers and my fan was in my property. And I asked the lady, I was like, well, where's my fan? She's like, well, you need to talk to the person that packed you out. So when I went back and I finally got a hold to the officer that packed me out, I said, well, where's the rest? So I'm like, I'm missing a lot of stuff out of my property. And he said, well, when I packed you out, my shift was changed and I put the stuff that I didn't know if it was your cellies or yours in a box and I put it in the CO's room. But he left and went home. He didn't label the box. So I guess when they seen the box, they didn't know whose stuff it was. So I didn't even ask for it because I didn't know what was in there. So when I seen them, I was like, man, I need that stuff because those fans cost $60. And he was like, well, just if you fill out a property claim, they'll get it back to you. So I'm like, okay, but I'm like, you need to sign a statement or something saying that, you know, you misplaced it. And he sent me and he signed it. He filled out a statement on the computer, which I sent with my claim, the officer that packed me out. And he explained how he misplaced my items.
Okay, thank you for that. We will now hear from the agency. Ms. Tortoise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Tortoise. I represent the Kansas Department of Corrections. So as Mr. Scott said, immediately preceding him being sent to the restrictive housing unit, which is what the hole is, it's a slang term for the restrictive housing unit, there was a fight. And in that fight, in the disciplinary reports resulting from that, it did specify that several ECF state fans were destroyed, as well as other miscellaneous items. And any items that were destroyed in that fight properly would not have been returned to Mr. Scott. They would have been removed for being altered, essentially. And because it's impossible to tell whether or not his items were destroyed or whether they were somehow lost, the department recommends that his claim be denied. Thank you.
Committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Scott or for the agency? Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Scott, we have all of your documentation that we're reading and looking at. We will discuss as a committee and make a determination and let you know our decision within 21 days.
Okay. All
Okay?
right.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Committee, we're going to go ahead and go to claim number 7429. Mr. Harrison, in the amount of $63.04.
Hello, my name is Mike Ditch. I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Franklin Harrison available?
I heard nothing that you said. The computer was talking over you.
Sorry about that. My name is Mike Ditch. I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Franklin Harrison available?
He's right here.
Harrison? Come.
Hello, Mr. Harrison. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Yes, I can hear
Hello.
you.
Hi, this is Representative Susan Humphreys, and I'm the
Humphreys,
chairman of
okay.
the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State at the Kansas Legislature. The committee is hearing your claim number 7429 in the amount of $63.04. You're on the speakerphone right now with the committee at the state capitol. We have all of your documentation that you provided. And in a minute, I will ask you to tell us about your claim. And then when you're finished, we will ask a representative from the agency to tell us their side of the issue. When all of that is complete, we may have a few questions. Then we will consider the matter, and we will provide you with a written decision within 21 days. Does that make sense?
I'm supposing so.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and tell us about your claim?
Well, for one, I have to, what is this, request, withdraw, slip, piece of paper, and it has the tracking number on it. And I ordered 2 pairs of New Balance 400. And it says, postage was $10.50. And it has my oldest sister, name and address of my mother and father's house. And it has the reason, wrong size. I ordered 2 pair of 11 size shoes, New Balance. And it says wrong size, and I already have new ones. 1 pair I have, the other pair was supposed to be mailed to this address, 2315 North 62nd, Kansas City, Kansas, 66104. And it was done on the 8th, 28/4. And it wasn't approved until 9/5/2024, which was whatever month 8/28 was July 28th, and it wasn't signed until 9/5/24 by officer. And let me see here. It has here, dear Brandy Johnson, thank you for contacting the United States Postal Service. and taking the time to share your concerns with us. Your inquiry has been processed and assigned to service request, and it has the extension number. Your inquiry has been forwarded to the appropriate management team for research and response. You can expect initial contact within 1 business day. And it goes down and it reads about the website, and it has in reach package in black marker, package sent to 2315 North 62nd, Kansas City, Kansas 66104. And it was filed a missing package report with USPS 10/13/24, 10/15/2024. And my sister said they never received or signed anything for some shoes.
Okay.
My claim is I don't have nothing to do with the mail room. I just would like to get returned the shoes. The shoes never came back. I have a Form 9 saying that from the mail lady in the, let me see, it's a Form 9 from 10/15, but it wasn't, the missing package report was on the 15th. It says, I
Okay.
submitted a service request through the USPS for the package. There is nothing else the mailroom can do at this point, but wait to see if the USPS respond. The package was not insured, so a claim can't be filed through USPS, and LSCF-KDOC is not liable by this lady named Johnson. What I'm saying is, how do I get my shoes back?
Okay.
Or what?
Okay.
That's my
Thank you.
claim.
Yeah. I think
Uh-huh.
we understand. We will hear now from the agency. Thank you.
Okay.
Or,
Okay.
yeah. And then we may have a question for you, but right now we'll hear from the agency.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Tortorese. I represent the Kansas Department of Corrections. So
Yes.
Mr. Harrison filled out a form, which is what we use to create the mail label, listing 2316 North 62nd Street, Kansas City, 66104. That is the address that we mailed it to. Any errors with processing or getting the package to the proper address is out of KDOC jurisdiction at that point. And for those reasons, we recommend that the claim be denied. Thank you.
Okay, so I do have a question. It seems like I
Now,
read
I
that.
have a question.
Okay,
I have a
so
question too.
Mr. Harrison, we're gonna ask questions first. I'll let you know when you can speak. Okay, I'll call on you in just a minute.
Okay.
Hang on.
Denial.
Okay, so my question
Okay.
has to do with it says that he went straight to this committee instead of making a claim. Is that true?
He did not exhaust his claim. He did do the first step of a property claim. He appealed it to the warden,
Okay.
but then he did not appeal to the secretary before coming here.
Yeah.
Okay.
They,
Okay, just a second. Okay, and so, okay, here's my other question. It seems like what you're saying is different than what you have on here, that it says that he lists his address, but it's only a 4-numeral zip code, 6614. I think it's supposed to be 66104.
Yeah, yes,
But you said that you sent it to 66104.
correct. He put 6614 in his claim for this committee, but in the property form he filled out to mail out, it is 66104.
Okay. And so do you have proof that your mailroom mailed the shoes?
I have a filled out form, request an authorization to remove personal property, which shows that it was shipped out. Yes, it is.
You have a receipt from the post office?
I do not have a receipt from the post office, though.
Because every mail package is insured for $50. So did you suggest to him that, because it says he has no insurance, so but every package, I think, just has automatic $50.
I admit I do not know the post office procedures.
So did the people in your mailroom work for the post office?
No,
Or-
they work for KDOC. Yes, they work for KDOC.
Okay. Committee, do you have any questions for either Mr. Harrison or the department? Representative Mon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not seeing it in my packet, and maybe I'm just missing it, but do we have a copy of the request to remove property showing that incorrect address?
I got that after he sent in his packet, so I don't believe you have it, but I can give it to you now if you'd like to see
Just
it.
pass that around.
Yes, ma'am.
Committee, while we're looking at that sheet of paper, does anyone have any questions?
Yeah.
Representative Mon.
So, if I'm an inmate, can I have the property removed and sent to any address I want, or does it have to be to an address that's on my file? So the question was basically, if I'm an inmate, can I have my property sent to wherever, or does it have to be an address that's on my file?
Again, Darcy Holdhouse with Kansas Department of Corrections. No, he can send it where he wants to send it, as long as he's got the money in his account to pay for it.
So we just rely on whatever address they put on the property removal?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so I know when I go to the post office and mail a package, I get a receipt. Do you not get receipts when, you send packages to the post office?
I am unsure.
Not working in the mailroom for our facilities. I can't answer that certainly. But the fact that she had a tracking number tells me there's some kind of receipt that they get when mailing these out that's produced. And so she did contact the post office on his behalf.
Okay.
To ask about tracking for this property.
And what do we find out?
They couldn't find, it had not been delivered, we know that. But the address did match up with where he wanted it sent, so why they didn't receive it,
The tracking
that's a
number
post
would
office.
show if it got delivered or not. We don't know what happened.
It doesn't, we have nothing, that's with the post office. So she tried reaching out on his behalf, but
And she is,
Miss Brandy Johnson, she heads the mailroom there.
okay, thank you. Okay, committee, do you have any other questions for the department or for Mr. Harrison? Okay, Mr. Harrison, we will take your case under consideration. We'll talk about it, and then we will let you know what our decision is within 21 days.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, you may.
I have a what's this thing called? A tracking paper. And
Yes,
it has
okay.
delivered, out for delivery, arrive at post office, arrive at USPS facility, Department of USPS regional facility, and it's all September 7th. It's all September 7th, 2024. And it turns the page to September 6th, 2024. In transit to next facility, September 6th, 2024. Department USPS regional facility, September 6th, 2024. And it goes down from arrives at USPS regional facility, 6/2024. In transit to next facility, September 6th, 2024. It has the time and stuff. The Department USPS regional facility, Wichita, September 6th, And then it goes down to arrive at USPS Regional Facility, Wichita, September 5th, 2024. Department Post Office, Lorna, Kansas, September 5th. Why did it go from Wichita to Lorna? Department Post Office, Lorna, Kansas, September 5th. USPS pickup items,
Okay,
September
so it
5th.
sounds like it's backwards. So on the 5th, it was
Mm.
picked up, and then on the 6th, it went to Wichita, which is where, it would be like a distribution center. And then,
Yes, it says that.
mhm. And what is the latest
Distribution,
date? The
distribution,
latest date on that receipt? September what?
September, latest would be, 6th, September 6th, but the latest would be September 5th.
That's earlier.
USPS pickup item,
And then after the
transit
so,
this facility. The 6th, it don't have nothing after the 6th.
okay.
September 7th,
Okay, where was it on the
delivered,
7th?
delivered, in
Delivered.
at mailbox, delivered at, it don't have the address, it has just Kansas City, 66104.
Okay, so it
Arrive
sounds
at
like
post
it could have
office.
been delivered to the address. And then sadly, we know things happen to packages on the front porches, but, okay.
Retarded.
Yeah, all right.
Retarded.
So, Mr. Franklin, we're gonna, Mr. Harrison, sorry, we're gonna discuss this as a committee. Do you have any last thing that you want to say, and then I'll close it?
I'm trying to get released from here. Would like to get that's about all. My mother passed earlier this year. I'm the only child, baby child of the family, and I'm trying to turn my life back around to Jehovah for the rest of my life. I just need another chance to get back in
Well, I'm sorry to hear
the
that.
community. Yeah. Currently without any parents right now. My father passed tumor in the lung, cancer, and my
Mhm.
mom just passed early part
Okay.
of this year. So, I'm going through some things, try to keep my head up and stay into my word and
You do,
look
yep,
at TVE and
you do try to keep your head up, and we appreciate hearing from you, and we'll discuss it and let you know within 21 days. Okay, bye-bye.
bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, committee, and thank you for making those copies, by the way. So committee, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 claims to make a decision about before we go to lunch. I will tell you, the first claim at 1:45 was withdrawn, and so whatever time we get out of here, we will need to be back at, well, I'm going to wait and see. I'm going to wait and see how long it takes us to make a decision about these. And Molly has a comment, or she's. Mhm. Yeah, and so the 2 o'clock claim is also probably going to be short. So hopefully we will have an opportunity to, sorry, make up some time this afternoon with those things. But let's go ahead and look at claim number 7425, Hackney for $204.26. Do we have a motion on that claim? Okay, Senator Dietrich.
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion to deny claim number 7425. I went back and reviewed some of the materials, and at least this will start the discussion if I get a second. The person who did the inspection sheet said just because the items were not present on May 4th, which we talked about, but because of where he was located when he came back, there was no opportunity for him to purchase anything else, so they wouldn't have been present on June 13th if they weren't present on May 4th. I'm going to deny based on.
Do we have a second? Second by Representative Mon. Okay, discussion committee? Okay, no discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm okay with the motion. I guess maybe in a future meeting, I think it would be helpful to have clarification around what the actual policy is or what the practice is for closing cell doors, because I mean, the claimant is pretty adamant that that it is not easy to have their cell doors locked and closed, which would prevent a lot of theft, I would imagine, while the department claims that that is something that inmates should know about and should be able to easily access. So there just seems like a discrepancy there. And I think one way to prevent some claimants from needing to come to this committee would be to ensure that cell doors are locked when they do things like showering. So I guess I'm good with the motion, but would be interested in clarification around that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a minute. Okay, I'm fine with the motion too, but I do want to make a comment that it seems unclear what the policy is on when someone is sent to the restricted housing, or I guess he was in the drug, or whichever one it was, that he couldn't have his electronics, that in an inventory, would it have included those electronics? We hear yes from one side and no from the other side. So I just think it would be nice to understand that policy a little more, because to me, that's what the question is. Were they there on May 4th? No, not in his possession, but did he have things that were in storage because he was in a different unit? That's the question to me that is the looming question here. Not, we found out, okay, probably didn't buy anything before June, but what happened to those things? So I just think, again, policy and how things actually on the ground happen is very important. So, okay, any other comments? Representative Rajes.
Right, and what I would say in the tone kind of this morning is maybe some of our findings, maybe you could talk with the chair of corrections or, because we're dipping, and I've been, I've also asked questions about policy. It's not, all this committee does is we look at the papers and say yes or no. And so I'm looking at future committees as well, just so they're aware, so maybe they can look at the regulations and work with KDOC on some of these things. So we don't have, I would guess we've taken 45 minutes this morning discussing policy, and our role is, where's my underwear, where's my socks? I don't know, stamp it and go on to the next thing, rather than trying to figure out, so that's my point, so I'm ready to vote.
Yep. No, I think that's a good point. I do think some of it is trying to discern what's negligent, how do you prove negligence? I mean, all of those things are part of our job. So, okay, committee, we have a motion and second to deny claim number 7425. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No? Did you guess say? Okay. Okay, I believe the ayes have it. The motion carries.
Was to deny, the motion
The motion was to deny.
Okay.
And the motion carries, even though I don't believe it was unanimous. It was unanimous, okay. Sorry. Okay, even though it doesn't matter. Okay, the next one, claim number 7420, Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be interested in potentially making a motion to carry this over to our next meeting so that we can get a pack out list or wait for the department to get a response so that we can get greater clarification. Because I think that pack out list is what will determine whether or not I believe this claim should be awarded or not. So I would make a motion to carry this one over.
Okay, do we have a second? Senator Dietrich seconds. Any discussion on this one? I think I would agree that that's what is the determining factor, so. Okay, so the motion is to carry over claim number 7420 till next time, which will be probably August. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll carry over claim number 7420. Claim number 7423. We have a motion on that one. Oh, hang on just a second. $74.20. We're carrying it over. Yes, thank you. Because there was no inventory sheet when the inmate was packed out, is my recollection. Senator.
Carried over for, oh, sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, yeah.
Carried over for more information from the department.
Okay, the next claim is 7423. Do we have a motion on 7423? Okay, Senator Dietrich.
Yep, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a motion to deny for the following reasons. On page 164, it showed that he was packed out by staff. No items were on the inventory that he's claiming are missing. And there was also no evidence of any stamps being purchased. It also looks like the fans, though, may have been broken during the scuffle in the cell. And so if that happens, that's not staff negligence. So I would deny for those reasons.
Do we have a second? Representative Rajas seconds. Any discussion on this one? Just for discussion's sake. I found this one to be troublesome because it was all, could have been maybe whatever, maybe it got destroyed in the fight. We don't know. So, on whose side does the burden of proof lie? I mean, it usually lies on the person making the claim. But I was troubled by this one that it seemed like that there was a box that was packed out that had the wrong labeling on it. And so I could go either way on this one, but we have a motion to deny. So I'd be interested if we have other discussion. Representative Mon.
Just for discussion, I do tend to agree with the motion simply because I don't think there's sufficient evidence of negligence. But it would be helpful if the department could, when there's a fight and they come in and there's broken items and they remove them for being altered, I guess is the way it gets said, is that there be some inventory of what is removed as altered. That really would have been helpful to me in this case if we'd seen that they'd come and found a broken fan and taken it out. We don't have that information, and I do agree that there's insufficient evidence of negligence. But perhaps as a suggestion to the department, that could be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we have a motion to deny claim number 7423 and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we will deny claim number 7423. Okay, claim number 7429 is the one we just heard about the shoes that were mailed. Do we have a motion on that one? Senator Dietrich.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a really sad situation. It's clearly delivered somewhere, but it's not really our issue, USPS issue. So I would, sad heart, because I feel his pain. Move to deny.
Do we have a second? Representative Rajas will second. Do we have discussion? Yes, good. Senator McGinn.
I mean, one of the things that crossed my mind was $50 is the given, and I don't know that for sure. I will vote. And,
Is that a substitute motion? We have a second? Okay. We have a second by Representative Vaughn. Discussion? Representative Mon.
Seems that the insurance is with the post office, so I mean, I guess it seems like we would be penalizing the department for something that the post office did on the basis that the department didn't make the insurance claim. Which doesn't seem right, but that's all. Thanks.
Yes. Senator McGinn.
I get that part, but the part that has troubled me on many of these is I don't believe the Department of Corrections has very good record keeping. I mean, I didn't get that email today. Well, when did you ask for it? And it just seems to me, and then just like the guy taking a shower, he has 5 minutes to do it. So is he supposed to wander around in the hall to try to find a guard to lock his door? You know, because it's not like the guard is at everybody's cell door. So it's just, there's a lot of loose, casual type of procedures that seems like should be going on in the prison that would decrease all these hearings that we're having to hear about. You know, we had a situation a year ago about the laundry, and they only have one place to take the laundry. They can't send out for it. You know, and then it was getting lost in between. So I just kind of would like to send a little message back to the Department of Corrections.
Okay, any other discussion? Senator Dietrich.
I 100% appreciate Senator McGinn's comments, but this is a post office issue. And they did get the tracking number, and they did see that it was delivered. And it is, as Representative Mon said, the $50 of insurance is USPS. So we are going to be penalizing Department of Corrections for something the post office did. Because I think Department of Corrections, in this instance, did do what they were supposed to do.
Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and vote. We have a motion on the table to pay the claim for $50. Motion and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? I'm going to have a hand raise. All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand, please. All those opposed? There's a tie. The chair is in doubt. I mean, the chair, I guess, Representative Rajas. Okay. 50. Okay. Okay. So that motion carries then. We will pay the claim in the amount of $50. So I don't know if it's a possibility, but, you know, helping somebody who does have a claim, an insurance claim with the post office, you know, if that would be something that the department could do, if they know something wasn't delivered when it was supposed to be delivered, helping them go through the procedure to use that insurance. And so that claim will be paid for $50. Molly, you would want to say something. Yes. Senator McGinn, just to confirm, you were making the motion to pay with the the department's existing funds. Yes, okay, just making sure. Okay. And that would be the same with the first one we paid, for the sweats, yep. Okay. Okay, all right, that's all we have for this morning. I do want to, I agree, it seems like the theme of this morning has been inventory sheets didn't happen, you know, we didn't have what we needed, emails. It did seem like there was a lack of documentation from my, you know, I think every day tends to have a theme, if it's the laundry or if it's tennis shoes or MP3 players, whatever. I feel like the theme today was we don't have that paper, we don't have that inventory, we don't have that sheet. So it's just I'm just noting that fact so that, you know, we can do this better as we go on. Okay, committee, it is 12:45. We will be back here at, well, let's do, I think we're okay for 2 o'clock. 1:45, because we need to get out of here. So we have 1 hour, 1:45 then. committee and everyone else. We're going to go ahead and start the second half of our day with special claims against the state. The first thing we have is approval of the minutes. And Representative Vaughn, did you move over there because I was coughing? Yes, that's okay. I don't blame you. I think Senator Dietrich ought to scoot over too.
I was gonna say officially or unofficially.
I gave her lozenge.
Oh, I hope you feel better.
Sorry, I mean,
Oh, not at all.
yes, but wow, you went way over there. Yeah.
My official response, Madam Chair, was I do have to leave probably around 4:30, so I might have to sneak out a little early.
Okay, we're hoping to get finished because there's several that need to leave, and so we need to keep our quorum. We will try to get going on that.
Madam Chair,
Thank
Yes,
you, Madam Chair.
I would just like,
Representative Rajes.
I would just like to know that Representative Vaughn has moved to the extreme right if you walk in.
Yes, yes. Let's report that. That's really great. Yes. Really good. Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Okay. Okay, the first thing is the approval of the minutes from our October meeting. And was there an issue about something? Nick was saying he had something. Okay, I think we'll put that off then. We're going to put that off for just a minute. All right, and on your agenda, claim number 7422, that claim has been withdrawn. So we do not have that claim. And then the next one, claim number 7371, we're reviewing this. If you all remember, this was the one that had to do with the facility was sold. It was the KDHE, and the facility was sold, and we were going to review the asset sale agreement to understand what was included along with that sale. And so do we have a report, or is that just in our afternoon PDF packet?
Yes, I believe we combined the asset sale agreement with claimant Egan's initial claim. So that should be in the afternoon packet. I'll try to find the exact page number.
This is the Hillside Village? Okay, so it's in 105?
Yes, it begins on page 105 of
The
PDF.
afternoon.
Yes, of the afternoon PDF.
So what do we need to do with this one in particular?
The committee requested that the previous owner of Hillside Village provide some sort of documentation showing that the claim against KDHE and KDADS remained with the initial owner, which was Mike Egan. The revisers could probably go into a bit more detail.
Okay, yeah, Mike, did you have anything to help explain to us?
The claim arose before the sale, and so the issue was, did the buyer understand that claim would go to them or what? And the idea was just to get the one that bought the purchaser to sign off that the person that asked for the reimbursement was the one that should get it. So.
And in reviewing the sale documentation, did it seem like that's what was actually happening?
In all honesty, I haven't reviewed the, did the purchaser send something? I haven't, I've just seen this stuff today, so.
Okay. Yep.
Members of the committee, the asset purchase and sale agreement that was provided by the previous owner of Hillside Village begins on page 133 of the afternoon packet.
133 of the afternoon packet. Okay, I'll give you all just a minute to take a look at that. So, committee, I'm just going to ask a few questions. Please let me know if you also have questions. So did Mr. Egan provide this to us? He's the one that provided this documentation?
Yes, he emailed it to me a couple of weeks after the October meetings.
And do you know if this contract talks about that particular claim or not? I think was it like $6,400, $6,200?
Yes, it was for $6,200. I don't believe, again, I've just skimmed the contract, and as as an employee of KLRD, I can't provide any legal interpretation, but I don't believe that specific claim would be mentioned specifically in the contract. There, again, the revisors can go more in depth with how claims are normally included in contractual agreements.
Probably unusual, so there's probably no usually, but Mike, if you have any thoughts on it.
I don't know if it even crossed their mind at the time. So my thought was to get the buyer to sign off on it, but apparently that hasn't been done. But I think to pay the person, the seller who owned it at the time is the rightful party to get the money.
Okay, yep. Okay, so this is a clause that Molly's going to read. Which clause? Is it the other assets or the accounts receivable? Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at
Excluded assets.
134, 1.2 discusses excluded assets. And then subsection I, states that all rights, claims, and choses in action of seller and its affiliates with respect to periods prior to the effective time and any payments, awards, or other proceeds resulting therefrom.
Yeah, so that would be excluded.
The seller shall retain all of the following assets owned directly or indirectly by the seller or seller's affiliates, and such assets below shall not be included in assets to be transferred to buyer collectively.
Okay, I think that answers our question. Representative Rajas, did you have a question?
But the old owner has not sent the letter. We requested a letter or some acknowledgement that that's all we needed. I thought we agreed to pay this if that was, so Molly, do we have it? Do we not have it? We do not have a sign off. Because what you read is still, that hasn't changed. So we're simply waiting for, correct?
I'll provide a little bit more background information. During the October meeting, the committee requested some form of documentation, either the agreement itself or a letter from the former owner's attorneys stating that the buyers of the business were okay with the claim against the state staying with the previous owner, Mike Egan. And I reached out to him after the October meetings, and I asked him if he could provide any information that would help the committee determine whether or not to change the address. And he provided me with this document. On page 157, you'll see it is signed by Hillside Village. The buyer there is not a signature under the buyer's line. I don't know where in the process of the contractual agreement that this document came into play. Essentially, there could be another document signed by the buyer, but the seller just doesn't have access to that document.
Well, okay, Madam Chair, it looks like they probably just sent their copy of the agreement.
Right. That's what it seems like.
Seller, which that still does not meet what we need. We need a paragraph or something. Mike, help me out here. I thought all we really need is just a paragraph that basically says, yes, as the new owner, this money should go to the previous owner. Something almost that crude, correct?
So,
I don't want to be literal. I don't want to drag this thing out. To me, it seems pretty simple.
so, maybe this might clarify something. So, of course, we will, this will be a bill when we get to the next session.
Mm-hmm.
And so the question is, we will, if we write checks, however we transfer money, we're transferring money to Mike Egan. Or would we be transferring money to Hillside Village? Because I think it would solve the problem if we know that the $6,200 that we're transferring is going to Mike Egan. Would that satisfy you?
He's a previous owner.
Yes.
So, yeah, again, I forgot since October, even though I do remember a lot of those things.
Yeah, yes, you do.
They retained the name Hillside Village.
I believe they did.
I thought one was like Hillside Village and like one's Hillside Village LLC or whatever. So, or something like that. Maybe not. Okay. Well, that's fine. So I guess.
Yeah, just to be sure, we want to make sure KDHE's money goes to the correct person. That's our job on this committee.
Right.
Is there a way to make sure that it's going to Mike Egan, the former owner?
I would list his name as the recipient on behalf of Hillside Village LLC that he was the previous owner. My suggestion was to get a statement from the buyer, but it didn't happen. So anyway.
Yes, and now Molly.
Hi, just to clarify, so Mr. Egan, the former owner of Hillside Village, he requested that the address on the claim be changed to his personal address. On the claim form, it states that if payment of the claim is recommended, payment should be made to Hillside Village LLC. After the joint committee approved the $6,200 at the August meeting, that's when Mr. Egan reached out and said he had sold the business, and he was wondering if there was any way the committee could change the address on the payment to be his personal address rather than the LLC's address, since that is now owned by a different buyer.
Okay, do we have more comment over here on the? Yep, go ahead.
Without going back through all of the documentation, I guess I just question whether it was a sale of the LLC or whether it was just a sale of certain assets, which are two different things.
And that was the question in October. That's what we had been.
That's why we requested that letter from the new owner to say, yes, this claim goes to the previous owner. So.
We don't really have that.
No.
Because the other question is maybe, if the buyer is expecting that to go along with the sale, then that's a different story than going to Mr. Egan. So, okay, well, we did not get what we asked for. So, yep, Mike, please advise us.
The committee could approve the amount of money subject to receiving the letter or the statement that the committee asked for. And
I like, if we can do that, if we can approve it subject to something, that seems like a great solution.
it's happened before.
Okay, very good. Everyone okay with that?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Since we've had this discussion, I will, since it's fresh in our minds, I will make that motion to approve the claim payable to Mr. Egan pending written,
Verification,
right,
documentation,
well,
proof.
pending proof or acknowledgement from the new owners of said company.
Yeah, but they're not claiming the money. Okay,
That we consider, yeah, that this issue is considered
is that clear?
done.
Yep, okay, now Molly. We've already approved the claim. I think is what you're gonna say.
That is.
Yes.
I was just going to make sure. So, as of now, the claim or the joint committee has awarded $6,200 for the Hillside Village LLC claim. If nothing were to happen today, it would be written in the appropriations bill as Hillside Village LLC with the business address. But then we can, if the committee votes to add contingent on additional documentation signed by the buyer. Yeah. I was just clarifying.
Okay,
So to restate my motion, do we understand the motion then? So the motion would be, since is to change the payee to Mr. Egan pending.
I think it would be to change the address on the payment.
Dora's bigger than Agra. If it was Agra, it would probably still come to, instead of, because they would look at the name of the company if you don't know somebody's name on it. So anyway, that's fine. If since we've already talked so much about the Postal Service this morning, so that's fine. Whatever, if it's all right, Madam Chair, whatever the cleanup language needs to be, Mike or whoever wants to clean that up for the intent of the committee. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have a second? Senator Dietrich, second. So the motion is to basically make sure that the 6,200 goes to Mr. Egan at his new address, but only pending that we get verification from the buyer that he's not expecting that money.
That is my next question. Since this is the last day that the joint committee is meeting, how does the committee want to ensure that the document has been received?
Well, this is my thought, but Mike, you can chime in here. If the document is not received, it doesn't go into our appropriations bill. And he can come back next year. But if we get it, then it's approved. Okay, does anyone have, yeah, that's true, but does anyone have any questions about that, what we're doing here? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. Opposed? Okay, then we will do that. And you have, just to clarify, some leeway in how you write the exact language on that. So thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, now, it's 2:15. We're going to look at 2:15. We're not going to do the minutes yet because I think we're kind of waiting to hear if there was something going on with the minutes. We're going to go ahead and move to claim number 7416. It is a carryover claim. Molly, can you give us any reminder of why we carried this over? Oh, I'm sorry, that's been settled. We're all good. Yes. Yes. Yeah, sorry, it's right here in red. Okay, then we're waiting to hear back about the minutes, but I'm going to take a moment, since we do seem to have a moment. We have two members of our committee that we know will not be coming back to the committee. So I just want to thank, first of all, Senator McGinn for your service. How many years have you served in the Senate? 20? Thank you so much for your dedicated hard work, and you've been the chair of lots of hard committees and done a lot of things. So we really do appreciate you and your smile and attitude and wisdom. So thank you. And best wishes for you. And then Representative Mon, this is also your last time on the Joint Special Committee. So would you like to say something?
No, I just wanted to thank everyone. It's been a pleasure working with everyone, both in the committee and my colleagues in the House, and all the staff members who help keep this place running. It's been a privilege and an honor, and I appreciate all the kindness from everyone.
Yep, and I have loved serving with you too and sitting next to you on the floor. So yep, it's been great. Thank you so much for your service also. Yep, best wishes. I'm sorry, and my other committee, the committee, Susan Kincannon got flowers. I'm sorry I didn't bring flowers. Oh, yes, Brenda brought candy, so thank you for that celebration. Isn't that the truth? This is like none other. That's the truth. Okay, any word about the minutes yet? Okay, you're waiting. Then we're going to move on to claim number 7419. It's also a carryover. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about it. We may have to call them a little early and we'll see if they're ready or not. If you can remind us, and we can see what page they're asking him. Okay. You're getting some info. Okay, it's on page 166 of your in your packet. It's from Dexter Robinson at Lansing for $499.97. And we're looking at why we wanted to carry it over. Yep, Molly, you have some
Yes.
for us?
Per the minutes, the respondent actually recommended that the claim be carried over to the next meeting to provide them more time to do the investigation.
That's right. Okay, thank you. Okay, and I'm assuming you have more information. Okay, that's great. So let's go ahead and try to call Mr. Robinson.
Hi, Mr. Berry. My name is Molly Pratt, and I am calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Dexter Robinson available? Perfect, thank you. Hi, Mr. Reeves. My name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Robinson available?
Robinson from 223.
Okay, well, is anyone traveling for Christmas? Anyone going anywhere? No. Okay. I'll be home for Christmas then, it sounds like. Okay, thank you. Yes, hi, Mr. Robinson. Can you hear me? Yep. So this is Susan Humphreys.
This way. I think I can hear you better now.
You can or cannot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So I'm the chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State, and we spoke to you in October, if you remember. So it's kind of the same situation. The committee is hearing your claim number 7419 in the amount of $499.97. So you're on the speakerphone here at the state capitol with the committee, and we have all of your documentation. I'm going to ask you about your claim, then I'm going to ask the agency to tell us their side of the story. We may ask a few questions, and then when all of that is complete, the committee will discuss the matter and make a decision, and we'll let you know within 21 days. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that sounds great. So tell us about your claim, number 7419.
So I need to like restate everything that I like said the first time.
Well, maybe, we've got all your stuff, so why don't you just kind of give us the, the Reader's Digest version, I'll call it that, the high level. Tell us why you're making the claim, a little bit about what happened.
Well, I mean, I was in Lansing and a B3 pod, and there were some guys from some gangs that I'm not affiliated with. I'm not affiliated with any gang whatsoever, haven't been my whole life. So these guys thought that I had everything, and they chose to basically target me because I didn't have support through a gang system. Once they went in my cell and took everything due to the COs opening up my cell, I basically let the COs know that I could no longer be in that pod. And they ended up moving me to segregation after Lieutenant Burnett. He was in I don't know what the office is out in the hallway. It's usually where I think all the COs go and take their breaks. He was in there. He looked at the cameras, and they deemed me unsafe to be in that pod. So they moved me to A2. But all of my things got taken. I don't know if my cellie was part of it or what, the guys that went in to take my things or what, but they knew exactly everything that was mine, because that was the only things that was actually removed from the pod or from my cell. Once all this happened and they pulled me out, well, I went to that officers den or whatever that is. They looked all this up. It was 4 black suits. I don't know the Mexican guy's name. I know there was one of the black suit ladies' name was Scott. If you actually talk to her, or they have talked to her, she would remember me because she's known me from Hutch. So when I went in the office to explain everything, they had me write a narrative, which they should have the narrative there as well. Basically, word for word, exactly what happened. And I mean, I've been filing a property claim trying to get all of this, get everything back that was taken from me. And every time I file it, everybody say that it's either been lost or they can't find it. I gave you guys a list of all the people that was involved with handling the property claim that I turned multiple copies into. And every time I turned one in, it ended up being missing all of a sudden. I filed 2 different property claims, one for a tablet that I had because they took that one. They replaced it. Now, I turned both of those property claims in at the same time. It's just so luckily that just so happenly that my personal property claim got lost, but the tablet one got processed through, and then they withdrew the claim and just replaced the tablet. So that was kind of weird there as well, but I just haven't knew what to do. So I actually spoke to someone here. They told me I could file something with a claims through the state, and that's why I took this. That's where basically we're at this point.
Okay, yeah, thank you. We have that documentation. So we'll hear now from the agency, and we carried it over because they hadn't done an investigation yet. So we'll hear what they found out.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Tortorese. I represent the Kansas Department of Corrections. So, Mr. Robinson was stolen from and extorted by other residents. His facility claim was ultimately denied for there being no finding of staff negligence, as again, his property was taken by residents and not that it was left out. And since that finding, he has submitted no new evidence for this committee, and for these reasons, we recommend that his claim be denied. Thank you.
Okay, committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Robinson or for Ms. Tortorese? Reese? Sorry. Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So within the correctional facilities throughout the state, I've toured most of them, and Just wondering, so what is the process? Because I'm hearing over and over where individuals, they want to do the right thing. They don't want to be involved in gang activity, so they contact their superiors, their team unit person, to say, I want to move. I don't want to be a part of this. I'll go in the hole. I'll go in segregation to get away. So I'm hearing that quite often, Madam Chair, today. And so what is, or is there anything, or should the legislature recommend something to whereas when you've got inmates who are wanting to do the right thing and then they leave, and then who is supposed to be um, in charge of or oversee their property? Yeah, we know they did something wrong and they're convicted, but we're allowing them to purchase a fan because it's hot. So what is the process? So you stated there was no evidence, no, you couldn't see, you know, and but we know he had something and now he doesn't, and we know he asked to be moved to a different cell or segregation or whatever. What is the process? What do we need to do to prevent this from occurring in the future? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. So, because I think that was a two-part question. To answer the first part, the process when they request to be moved to protective custody, or which is essentially segregation, it is the same as if they were sent. Like Darcy mentioned, if they are cooperating, they may pack up their own property in certain instances, or it is secured and then packed. And then, I'm sorry, there was another part. Could you please repeat that?
Yeah, just what is that process? I mean, so if they request to move, because they don't want to be involved uh, uh, in a gang within the prison. They don't want to do that. They just want to do their time and go. So what is that process to, so if you could make your statement again, you said you found no sufficient evidence that his things were missing.
Well, his things were missing. He was extorted and stolen from by another resident. That was not necessarily staff negligence.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I'm sorry, that's my question. So not negligence of the staff, but stolen by another inmate. What do you do? How is that handled in the future, Madam Chair? Thank you.
Hi, Darcy Holdhouse, Kansas Department of Corrections with Facility Management. So, because of staffing, we don't have very many people. If you've toured, there's more people on a tour than we actually have. Extra bodies come in for those. Mr. Robinson would have come to us, one of us, whether it's unit team or an officer, and stated his situation, because what the investigation found, he was being extorted. So his stuff came missing because he was being extorted, which was not due to staff negligence. And when he did come to them, we offered him the PC. He has some paperwork he signs, and he can go. And it's called segregation, and segregation has such a negative moniker to it. It's not segregation like a punishment. It's segregation just to get him away and try to keep him in an area that's safer with fewer people that come out at the same time. So that's generally.
Madam Chair, so my question though, I tell my daughters don't chew with gum in the mouth, and I do it all the time, sorry. So, but what do we need to do, or what is already in place? So it wasn't negligence of your staff. However, the things are missing and other inmates took them. What do we do in those cases? How does that person recoup their property? I mean, so there's not a process, so you just say no and then they just lose out altogether. I mean, how can he regain or recoup his property in this situation? Madam Chair.
That's fine. So we attempt to investigate it to see if there's anything that's traceable, trackable. As you guys know, some items are just going to disappear. Like you can eat candy bars, whatever. But bigger ticket items and whatnot, we try to track them down. We try to find them. It's amazing how stuff moves to that facility. And it's not just that facility, any facility. We do try to find it for him. If we find out who did it, who took the stuff, who was extorting him, they try to find evidence of where it is, where it went. Usually it's a process through DRs. There's fines and fees that can be levied. And then the facility would pay what those fines and fees are, and then we recoup it from the inmates that were found guilty on the disciplinary.
So, and Madam Chair, just so for staff or for you chairing this committee, so is it that the state's not responsible to reimburse them, being that it wasn't negligence of the staff, it's another inmate? So is it our rule and regs to only give them reimbursement if in fact it was negligence of the staff? Is that how it works on this committee?
That's the position of the Department of Corrections. We can listen to both sides and we can do what we choose to do. So it's so it's hard, it's not black and white in that case.
Then I have a question for the Dexter. Can you hear me?
Mr. Robinson, are you still there?
I had some additional information to add too, but I was waiting on you guys to finish talking.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you can go ahead and add.
Well, why don't you ask?
That's okay, for time's sake, let him add.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Robinson. What would you like to add?
So the day before all this happened, I had previously had asked my unit team to remove me from that cell house. He said that he would look into it, and then that all happened. So saying it is not a negligence on the state or against the superiors that I have to go to in case something like that happened. I was robbed at Manger Point. So these guys literally said, if you don't hand over these items, then this is what the case will be. Once all that happened, I went and talked to the black suits and everybody inside of that office station, and they literally watched these people go in my cell and take everything. Now, if that's not negligence for them to actually go back to go get those items for me, I don't know what I'm supposed to do in regards to retaining my things if I'm trying to do the right thing. If anybody's able to look at my file, you would see I've worked several private industry jobs since I've been incarcerated. I've went to school in Hutch. I've tried to go here in Butler County. I mean, I'm trying to do exactly everything the right way. So, and I went to you guys trying to file the property claim the day after all of this happened, once they moved me to the cell to A2, and the unit team said that everything just came up missing. I remember handing it to, I think, Miss Johnson in A2, and she literally said, what am I supposed to do with this? And it needed to go to my actual cell house manager, my cell house unit team, which is Reed at the time. So I'm kind of getting I don't know what to do in that case. I feel like you guys want us to retaliate if something like that happens. So I guess I'm not understanding where you guys are trying to say it's not a negligence on the state. So that, I need that kind of explained to me a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. Senator Fesco, did you have a question for Mr. Robinson? No, okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Robinson. We can't answer that ourselves, but maybe the department would be able to provide an answer for you about that. But right now, we're still just talking about this one particular claim. So hang on. We'll see if there's any more questions. Committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Robinson or for the agency? I do have a question for Ms. Tortorice. My question is, you mentioned in your note, in your letter, that he has made no allegation of staff negligence in this issue.
In his original one, he had not.
I understand that. So, but my question is, that's kind of been the theme of the day in a way, no allegation of staff negligence. I've been on this committee for, I don't know how many years. Well, I was on it before that. So 4 years. This is the first day that allegations of staff negligence have actually been brought up, that you have to allege that. And I see that you wrote whatever the regulation is. But my question too is if he doesn't raise that allegation, but yet I see he first made his claim in October of 2023, and apparently he moved facilities and things happened and they got lost and he kept making it, and because it does seem like when a long time period has gone by, there's less and less opportunity to get back anything that was stolen or extorted from another inmate. And so I'm trying to take all of that into consideration, as well as the fact that what actually went on, and did anyone see, and who was watching, and what happened. Did he ask ahead of time? Could he be moved? And then he wasn't moved, so then he was stolen from. So there's lots to this claim, it seems like to me, that we don't really have the answer to, and we might not, partly because of this long time span. So I don't really have a question specifically, other than is it your opinion that someone has to make an allegation that the staff was negligent before you would look, that would be part of it? Because that's kind of new to me.
Well, the resident has to at least allege facts that would suggest that the staff were at fault for the loss of their property, not just that another resident took it from them. That alone doesn't necessarily make it the department's responsibility.
Okay. All right. Great. Committee, do you have any other questions? Senator Falscadeau.
Madam Chair, thank you. So I receive a lot of letters from inmates within our correctional facilities throughout the state of Kansas. And I'm on multiple Zoom meetings for the state board. I mean, so I'm inundated with these particular issues. And so everyone there's, I'll call them wards of the state. And the state of Kansas, we appropriate certain funds for those inmates, and some of them do work in our outside industries. And then there are some that are just poor, and they, family members send them funds to do things. And so are you saying to me that they have no recourse at all if another inmate does something to them? So if my dear colleague, friend here, Carl, he's leaving me, and I love his accent, and I just got to know him, Madam Chair, and he's leaving. So if he does something to me, there's just no recourse, because, I didn't go, because it wasn't the staff, it wasn't Mike Himes who did it to me. So I can't, there's no recourse for that.
The statute does say that they own property at their own risk. And
I never knew that.
It is it's not necessarily they have no recourse. It's that it's not the state's responsibility at this point. So whether, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other, Representative Vaughn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question about that. And I know that the people working in our correction facilities deal with a lot, and they can't prevent everything from happening. But I also feel like there's this fine line where the claimant is not at fault for what happened. I would say it's probably the staff's responsibility to prevent fighting or to prevent these types of incidents from happening. And if they can't prevent it, then of course, they'll stop it. But I mean, is that not in a way staff negligence? I mean, like, I'm not blaming the staff, but because it was not prevented before it could happen, or it was not stopped before the property was lost, therefore someone who is not involved with this incident lost property. So I feel like there's a threading of the needle here where I don't blame the department, but also it was not the claimant's fault. And ideally this would have been stopped or prevented sooner before the property was lost. So I guess I want to bring that up for discussion, because I feel like it's more gray than it is black and white in terms of who's at fault and whether or not staff was negligent. So I just bring that up for discussion. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, anything else, anybody? Okay, so, Mr. Robinson, we'll close the hearing on this. We will discuss this in a little bit, and we will let you know within 21 days what our decision is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, committee, we're going to move on to claim number 7418, Anthony Martinez, in the amount of $228.
Thank you for calling the El Dorado Correctional Facility. If you know your party's extension, press 2 and listen to the... Please dial the extension number. Press the star. We will now connect you.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Anthony Martinez available?
Okay, hello, Mr. Martinez. This is Susan Humphreys, and I'm the chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State at the Kansas Legislature. The committee is hearing your claim number 7418 in the amount of $228. You're on the speakerphone right now with the committee at the State House. We have all of your documentation. Yep, we have all of your documentation. I'm going to ask you in a minute to tell us a little bit more about your claim. Then I will ask a representative from the agency to tell us their side of the story. We may ask you a few questions. And then after that, we'll consider the matter and we will provide you with a written determination within 21 days. Does that make sense?
All right.
Yep.
Makes perfect sense.
Okay. All right. So what would you like us to know about your claim?
This is my claim. I was involved in the incident where I was punctured. You know, I got into it where I got stabbed up. I told them, you know, this is my stuff. Put my stuff in the bathroom. They put it in, secured it in the bathroom. All right. I go to the pod, you know, like a protected custody pod. All right. And they try to pass my stuff up. I said, "Where's my stuff at?" We said, "Well," so I write a property claim. The property claim officer tells me that he went on an investigation and tells me himself that my property been stolen out the bathroom. All right. So he informs me himself that it's stolen. So for some reason, he didn't want to sit here and say it was negligent off an officer because these bathrooms are locked and you got to have a key from the officer to get in them. So the only way you could get in the bathroom is if the inmate or if the police officer leaves the keys at the desk. That's the only way. That's what happened, is the keys was at the desk. They went in the bathroom, stole all my stuff. All right. And then they're the ones that told me that my stuff was stolen. So I'm like, okay. So he grants me the property claim. He gives me $12, I think, on my first restitution. And then I'm like, well, where's the rest of my restitution? Like after a couple months later, he said, well, when the inmates that stole your stuff pay the restitution, because I guess they got rolled up or whatever. They got like write-ups. So I guess whatever restitution they got hit for, they was expecting them to pay it instead of paying me just straight out like they supposed to, right? So I'm like, well, I don't know. The way I look at it is I ain't in none of that stuff. All I know is that it was their fault for my stuff to get stolen. I probably know they got money somewhere, sitting somewhere. They're not completely broke where they got to wait for the inmates to pay the fines or pay my restitution. So somewhere down the line, I never got my restitution. And so here we are right now trying to figure out why I didn't get paid this restitution, because it's on my bank statement that I got owed $12 of restitution, and that's all I have that I ever got. So I got granted the property. I'm just trying to figure out where the rest of it's at.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Martinez? Senator Falscadeau has a question for you.
Hello, Anthony Martinez. Question for you. Did you just say that the procedure, the process within the El Dorado Correctional Facility is that if it's deemed that another inmate took your property, then they have to pay you back in restitution? Is that what you said?
I was told that they were waiting. I was like, where's the rest of my money at? After like a month, he only gave me $12 at first. So I was like, well, where's the rest of my money at? After a couple months later, he told me they was waiting from the inmates, because they ran the cameras and found out it was stolen in the bathroom. He told me how it got stolen and everything, all right? And so they got the keys from the officer and went into the bathroom and stole it. My stuff wasn't the only stuff stolen, but it was definitely my stuff too. All right, so I'm trying to figure out why I didn't get paid the rest of the stuff. I don't understand the inmate thing. You know what I mean? I just know that it was the facility's fault for doing it at the end of the day. You know, so this is where we're at with it.
Okay. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. And now we'll hear from the agency, your side of the situation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Tortorese. I represent the Kansas Department of Corrections. So, no record exists of Mr. Martinez winning this claim that he claims. In the documentation that he submitted, there's actually a denial of this claim, saying that he was not owed any money. And additionally, Mr. Martinez did not exhaust his administrative remedies before coming to this committee. And because he never had rights to the $228 he is claiming nor exhausted, the department recommends this claim be denied. Thank you.
Committee, do you have any questions for Ms. Tortorese? Okay. Yes, Senator Dietrich.
So, Mrs. Tortorese, so this was from 2022. So what happened between 22 and 24?
That Mr. Martinez had not brought this claim back up because, again, there's no records that he is owed this money. He waited until now to raise a claim about not receiving money.
His belief that he was due some remittance from the people or persons who took his property. Where's he getting that restitution belief from?
I am unsure.
Not yet.
No, sir. Yep, hang on just a minute, please. Let us finish talking and then I'll call on you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Well, the question is, why does he believe he's due any restitution? And this has gone on for a couple of years. I'm just saying, why does he believe that? Is there a policy that if someone is caught taking your personal property, that you then must give them fair compensation for it?
Kansas Department of Corrections, Facility Management. In his particular case, there are no fines and fees beyond what he received that were given for items that were recognized as his and found. So he doesn't have any other fines or fees as far as restitution goes that were ordered to go to him. That should have been paid out by the facility already. They may have already recouped that from the inmate that they found to be in possession of his item or items. So I don't know why he thinks the facility wouldn't pay that out, but they weren't found to be, the $238 he's claiming was not found to be what was owed to him through restitution.
So you think the $12 and something that was paid to him, or was that just something completely separate that wasn't part of the settlement.
There has been a change in the staff for the DR thing, so best they could find. There were no fines and fees ordered to be paid for him. They paid $12.
They meaning?
The Lansing, LCF, paid $12 to him over this for what was found to be his item that he could have restitution for. Other stuff they weren't able to find or, pin it on someone. So there's just no evidence that.
Okay, and so, but I'm a little confused that, because the case we just heard had to do with someone who was stolen from, and nothing happened. I mean, nothing's going to happen with his things, and there's no fines and fees from someone else or whatever. So I'm kind of confused how, in one case, like this case, it seemed like they investigated. Okay, they did steal from him. Was it because it was in the bathroom and it wasn't? Or what's the difference between these two cases? Because I'm hearing kind of two different things.
Some of it's timeliness. What do we have still available to us to look into? Camera footage is always helpful. It's not anything that's going to solve most things for us, because you can't always get the definition. They weren't able to see or find any items that were missing that they were aware of, is my understanding, that came out of that bathroom that they could say, yeah, we know so-and-so took it. We're going to write DRs, and then we'll assess fines and fees. The person that was in there also did not know why the last person did the $12. That was kind of like, you got $12, but we didn't find anyone to say, yeah, your stuff was definitely missing from the bathroom. We don't know that it was even there before.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Committee, are there any other questions? Okay, Mr. Martinez, we're going to close the hearing, but I'll give you an opportunity to say one last thing if you'd like to.
All right, I have receipts of everything I've had stolen. That comes with my photo album. I'm always keep a lot of food and everything. I had hygiene, everything, so I have receipts on all that stuff that I had stolen, all right? And I particularly think I think I was actually pointed out on that because everybody knows I had a lot of stuff. And so all I know is they awarded the money to me and told me that they was going to give it to me, all right? All I'm saying is they haven't gave me what I asked for, because they're saying that the inmates didn't. They haven't paid it yet. So I don't know what it is. All I know is I was awarded this stuff. I have it on my account, and so and you actually do get awarded it if you prove that it was negligence on the officers. This is definitely negligence on the officers in the facility. So that's all I got to say about it.
I think we understand that. We don't have any documentation that shows that you were actually awarded that. And so, that's difficult for us.
Well, we can show it to you over here, with the unit team over here, but I'll try to send something to you with it on there, and it's something that's hard to get. So, but he got it on the computer that could show you if you wanted to see it.
Okay, that's good information. We'll take that into consideration. Okay, so now we will, a little bit later today, discuss, and we will let you know in writing what our determination is. Okay? Thank you. All righty. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Christina, I always want to call you Teresa. I don't know why. You look like a Teresa. He says he's got evidence of an award. Did you find any evidence of an award?
We did not know. It would have been documented, but we weren't unable to find anything of that.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and do one more before we do recommendations. Let's go ahead and call claim number 7421 in the amount of $234.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Glendale Ryder available? Thank you. Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Glendale Ryder available? Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Ryder. This is Susan Humphreys, and I'm the chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State at the Kansas Legislature. The committee is hearing, the committee today is hearing your claim number 7421 in the amount of $234. So you're on the speakerphone with the committee here at the State House. We have all of your documentation, and we'll look at that. In a minute, I'll ask you to tell us about your claim. Then I will ask the agency to tell us their side of the issue. We may ask a few questions. And then when all of that's complete, we will consider and we will let you know our determination within 21 days. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay.
All right. What would you like us to know about your claim?
Well, I would like for you to know that I basically filed it over fair play, impartial treatment regarding reimbursements given to one or received by all. Impartial treatment, fair play, plays out by treating residents in a way that does not favor some over others. It's marked by impartiality and honesty, free from prejudice or favoritism. In other words, what applies to one applies to all. This overall plan, embracing the general goals and acceptable procedures of fair and just treatment, was turned aside in this case by the unfair practice of treating some better than others. Multiple residents received their earned points back, but not all received this fair treatment. This property claim was filed due to actions that were grossly discriminatory. That involves a serious breach of a moral code that violates the moral values of a community. And we are a community here. And basically, that's it. That's the reason that I filed.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, you had points on your device, and then there was some sort of upgrade or something, and you didn't get back what you had put in. Is that kind of the gist of the claim?
Oh, I didn't understand what you meant, what you said there.
Yeah. So I was just trying to understand exactly what happened. Like I understand what you told us, but I was trying to see if the access passes that were on your tablet, for some reason you weren't able to get those back after.
They were taken away from all of us, and multiple inmates got theirs given back, and none of mine was given back.
Okay. Okay. Well,
That's the reason I filed a claim.
Okay. Thank you. We'll hear from the agency now what they say about their side, and then we may have another question for you. So hang on.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Tortorese. I represent the Kansas Department of Corrections. So the credits that were removed from Mr. Ryder's account were awarded to him in error. Therefore, the removal was proper. Essentially, there was a glitch where it's normally you get a certain number of credits for a certain amount of time that you are doing these programs. However, there was a period where essentially every time you did anything, you got some points. So the credits that were removed were just bringing Mr. Ryder back down to what he should have. And additionally, he has suffered no economic loss for this, as he never paid, as the programs he used to get the points were free to him. And for these reasons, the department recommends his claim be denied. Thank you.
Okay, committee, do you have any questions for either Ms. Tortorese, I'm so sorry, or Mr. Ryder? Senator Dietrich. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when you, are there programs or credits that you have to purchase to be able to access? All free. This is a question for the
Okay.
agency. Thank you,
Yeah,
though.
just one sec. Hang on. We'll let you, but first we're going to hear what the agency the answer to that question.
Darcy Holdhouse, Kansas Department of Corrections, Facility Management. No, they've got some free apps and they're learning apps or reading apps, and they can earn points by completing these. It usually takes several minutes, some take longer than that. There was an engineering issue that Pracy's made us aware of, and an email was sent out to all residents stating that those credits would be pulled back because they weren't earned. Just signing in perhaps would get you something you didn't actually have to do. So they went through and they found all of them that fell under that. And so the only people that got things back were the people who actually completed the courses. And so if a completion was done, that was notated, they kept their points. If they were not completed, you did not get your points back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, committee, any other questions? Oh, Senator Falscado.
Madam Chair, a follow-up on Senator Dietrich's question. So the other committees I serve on, we are trying to do some things to motivate and incentivize individuals to be rehabilitated and go back out into society. And so some of the programs in there that are for those who are being released back into the community or to the work release centers. And so I guess I'm confused now, Madam Chair, of, so are you saying you've got some new programs in there that I don't know about that's on an app that they can get points, like just playing on a video game or something?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not certain the name of all of them. I don't normally get on the tablet. This was a Pracy's decision because it affects their business apparently. So they were the ones that decided. They were going to pull these back due to an engineering glitch. So if you didn't earn them, you didn't get them. Anything he earned, you don't have, it's not a monetary thing. He doesn't buy them. He doesn't pay for them. He just earns them by doing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow. I'm going to be talking to the Secretary of Department of Corrections, because it's not helping people. It's hurting people if he actually thought that he was doing a good thing and now you take it away. Because of a glitch, it was not his fault. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, any other questions? Okay, I think that's it. So, Mr. Ryder, we have all of your documentation. We've heard from you and from the agency, and we will take up the matter and we will let you know our decision within 21 days. Okay? Okay.
I just want you to know that.
Go ahead.
That the points that were taken away from me, I completed those courses, and I spent many, many, many hours doing those courses, and I put a lot of time and a lot of effort into it. So did everybody else that took them, but there was only certain ones that got their points back. That was the unfair thing about the way they did it.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We will take all of that into consideration.
Okay.
Okay, okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, committee, we have 3 claims to go ahead and make a decision on. The last 3, I think we'll go ahead and do that. Then we have 3 more, but one of them we're probably not going to hear from. So let's go ahead and take care of these 3. I think the first thing we'll do, though, is minutes. We thought that there was something that needed to be changed in the last minutes, but we found out that's not right. So do I have a motion on the approval of minutes from the October meeting? Representative McGinn. Senator, so sorry. We have a second. We have a second? Second, oh, how perfect. Representative Vaughn. Okay, Thank you for that. Committee, any discussion on the minutes from October? All those in favor of approving, say aye. Opposed, no? Okay, so the minutes are approved. We will now look at claim number 7419. This was a carryover where we needed to get more information. Do we have a motion on that claim? Sure. Yeah, someone's got to.
Madam
Senator
Chair.
Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that we deny the claim. Just lost the number. Is it 7418? 7419. Thank you. And if we get a second, we can have discussion.
Okay. We have a second. Representative Rajas seconds. Okay, discussion. You all, this is the one, if you remember, that he was asked to be moved to segregation, then he was stolen from, his things were stolen. Had to do with negligence. Any discussion on this one? Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess there's not a black and white answer for necessarily a reason to approve partial or part of or all of the claim, but I also have heartburn over just denying it. And we've had these themes of the day, this being one of them, where the claimant isn't at fault for the loss of their property, but the facility claims they're also not at fault for loss of the property. So who takes responsibility if the person who stole that property can't be held accountable and have that recuperated? So I don't know if there's a better process for this, if there should be some kind of policy, whether it's partial reimbursement for lost items stolen by other inmates. But from my perspective, this claimant did everything he was supposed to do. He asked to be in isolation because he was afraid of this type of behavior. Then that behavior turned around and led to this incident where he was, harmed and then stolen from. And now he's just seeking to right that wrong. And if we are truly a court of last resort and he has gone through this process of trying to do things the right way and get money back for this property loss, I have heartburn over just denying the claim. And I would be interested in discussing the potential of at least doing a partial reimbursement. I noted in the claim that he is in the process of getting a new tablet. So I don't know if that was part of the $499.97 requested. I think that could be deducted from that. I know there's a lot of questions about TVs, which was on his list, and serial numbers and things like that. So, but if we even just reimbursed more of the necessities, the clothes, the non-consumable things that were stolen, that's something that I would maybe be interested in doing. But interested in other people's thoughts as well. Thank you.
A side note, the tablet I think was a separate claim. And he did get that, yeah. Mm-hmm. Committee, any thoughts? Any other discussion or thoughts on that? Senator Falscadeau.
Madam Chair, I concur with the representative's comments. Thank you.
Representative Rajas.
Madam Chairman, and that's fine. I think that's a policy deal, and I understand completely, but I don't know if that's, we're back to micromanaging now. All the facilities. We love to do that. We do a good job, I guess. But I do understand that. I'm sorry for that, but it's this has been going for a long time. I think over the last couple of meetings, we've had a lot of discussions with the department, and hope that through this and through the other committees that we have before it gets to this point, that maybe some of these things can be cleared out. So that's where I guess I would leave it. I don't know if it's, I guess my concern is if it's not this, what's the next thing? Because most of today's claims have been through the corrections. And all of a sudden, if this committee then is the one of last resort, well, will we always be with other departments or other folks to get to that point. All of a sudden, I guess I'm not interested in being a precedent setter on situations like this. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Falscadelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as I said, I concur with the previous comments made by the representative from Johnson County. So, again, what I heard in this situation was that we know he had things, he was moved, and if, Madam Chair, if someone could correct me, is he the one where the items were in the bathroom? That's the next case. Okay. So, so we're talking about Dexter Robinson, still 7419. You know, I still think that the Department of Corrections holds some responsibility. Some, I mean, otherwise, Madam Chair, all of the things that just on November 16th and 17th, I heard from the sentencing commissioner, I heard from the parole board, I heard from the secretary of the Department of Corrections, and all of those things that we talked about then are null and void. If we are saying that they don't hold some responsibility, if in fact they know that another inmate did it, although they themselves, the staff, wasn't negligent. We know something happened. I mean, you know, the stuff just didn't disappear, and I don't know. I still would be in favor of some compensation for this, because if I go to the Hyatt Hotel, you know I'm responsible for my things, but still, if I lock the room and I leave to go to the pool, I expect to come back and my things still be there. So what is the hotel manager going to say? Well, the maid came in there to clean, and since she's not part of the, you're just on your own. I don't know. Like I said, I'll be, hoping that we could look at policy or some procedure in the future to handle this type of situation. I think I've heard it from both claims 7419 and 7418. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Dietrich.
Madam Chair, and Darcy Holthouse, I think this question might be for you. So this is a similar situation in which the incarcerated individual was still, and it even says in the report we have that they were stolen from and extorted by another resident. So why in this instance would a DR not be completed and some restitution provided? What's the difference?
I'm sorry. Is my understanding that he was extorted and then he told us. And so trying to go back and find who those were, it's not like those cameras, we can't like zoom them in and look at clear faces. You kind of have to have an idea of whose body shape that is, who it is, where they may be coming to or headed from. So it's not always easy. It's not always clear. But unfortunately, a lot of our job is reactive. And so once we found out he's being extorted, he reported it to us. He was moved, it was investigated briefly because we have had movements too where they want to be moved because there's a hit put out on somebody. So they move so they can get to that person. So we don't just move them just because they ask. So we have to think about all aspects.
So if, so if though you were able to determine who stole the property, would a disciplinary report be written and then restitution perhaps required of that inmate?
It should have, it absolutely should have.
So maybe that's the difference here, Senator Escobedo. That's why I was just thinking about the difference. Because in some instances, the disciplinary report, and you serve on many more committees than I do that deal with this, that, you could get restitution from the inmate who stole from you if they know who it was. I guess that's what I mean.
Madam Chair, Point of order, I don't need explanation there. I understand, I get it. And even the speaker, and she, all this time, I guess her microphone wasn't on because I've not heard her name clearly this whole time. So I'll say the conferee representing the Department of Corrections. So what I just heard her say to Senator Dietrich's point is the hit was put out on this person, but the Department of Corrections did not know until after it occurred. So how in the heck, if I walk out of this room now and somebody's put a hit out, I mean, none of us in here know until it happens. And so I'm asking again because I've heard of people, inmates going to work, and the state usually provides the Department of Corrections with funding to help poor inmates. Now they go to work and they get money put on their books. Okay, and if they can't buy toothpaste or combs or hygiene products, then they're helped out that way. I've never heard, and this is what I'm trying to clarify, that if another inmate steals from one inmate, that now that inmate has to pay them back. And if that's the case, that's fine. That's fine. That's a good thing, because if you take my stuff, I want you to pay me back. However, I still feel that at the end of the day, the inmate's property is gone. And how in the heck the Department of Corrections is never going to know when it happens. But we all in this room know that it happens. We know that other inmates do things to other inmates. And in other committees, I thought we were talking about addressing that issue. So all day long, the Department of Corrections is going to stand here and say, we deny the claim because we didn't know it was going to happen, and another inmate did it. Well, heck, that's how all of them are happening. We hope that our staffs are in there doing the right things. They're not stealing the inmates' things. So, I just don't get how nobody's held accountable at all. With, in fact, we're telling them if something's going wrong, say something, do something. Now they come and say this is gang activity, drug activity. I don't want to be part of it. And so move me to safety and move my things with me. Who in the heck is supposed to be responsible for moving their things? Because,
My understanding of it, ma'am, is that.
But my problem is I don't need other people trying to explain things to me when I ask the conferee a question and they can't respond, and now you're going to try to help me. I don't need that.
Okay, we're going to get back to claim number 7419 because I do think there's policy issues that we're not going to settle today, but it's good that we bring them up. We have on the table. Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a clarifying question for Darcy if it's not too late.
As long as it's pretty quick.
And
I know we're going to lose some members, and I just want to make sure that we keep our quorum.
yeah, I think my main question is, so the motion on the table is to deny the claim.
Yes.
I might be interested in making a motion to deny without prejudice, a substitute motion. My question is just, if we deny this claim today, is there still a process for this inmate to receive restitution? Or because a DR report wasn't filed, is it not possible for that inmate to receive restitution if we deny the claim? Or because there is a property claim that is open, I guess it has been denied, but through that process, is there the ability to give the inmate restitution since this was the result of extortion and violence?
Darcy Holthouse, Kansas Department of Corrections, Facility Management. Because it's denied, it is denied at this point. However, it would be unusual, but we could speak to the Secretary about a review if that would be the committee's suggestion.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Darcy. So I know the standard process is for the the claimant to submit the claim to you all. If it's denied, then they can appeal it to the secretary. So is that part of the standard process, or would have to be a special appeal that would be requested by the committee?
That would be a standard process. If he has not exhausted this one, sorry, I don't have my paperwork.
Yeah.
So if he didn't exhaust this one, he should send it through.
Do we remember if he exhausted? Anybody?
And then I guess while we're finding that information, Madam Chair, as a part of that property claim investigation by the secretary, could they then determine if restitution is owed to the claimant, or if that process should, and this is partially my not understanding, but like, because it would be a property claim, would the facility only be eligible to pay from department funds, or could restitution be or asked for in that process?
Well, it
That makes
should all come from department funds, and then we recoup from the people who had the fines and fees from the DRs.
Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To put Representative Vaughn on the spot, earlier when you'd given your explanation about trying to figure out the black and white part of this, do you have something in mind as a possible motion? And if you do, I'd like to hear your motion.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I was asking that information because I am between two possible motions. I either am contemplating a substitute motion to deny without prejudice, so that if the claimant wished to appeal to the secretary, then they could do so and have this property claim investigated further, hopefully with us being able to send a message about the possibility of restitution. My other thought was to make a substitute motion to approve the claim for an amount, I'm thinking $100, which would be the equivalent of the basic non-consumable, non-electronic goods that were included in this claim. So that would include things like clothes, a fan, and then there's a Coleman cooler, but does not include specialty shoes or electronics. So either approve it for a limited amount or deny without prejudice so that it could be appealed to the secretary.
Okay, now I have another question. So if you accept the $100, can you also do without prejudice if you're given a partial payment? I don't know that we've ever done that. No.
No.
That's why we've never done it.
Okay, do you have a decision?
I guess so, and I can go back and look, but if staff could maybe help me really quick, my one determining factor was whether or not it has been appealed to the secretary, and if that was denied.
Was that in your response? Remember?
It was not at the time. Let me check what I have here. Okay, yes, he did appeal to the secretary on September 3rd, 24, and there was no evidence of staff negligence.
Thank you. Representative Vaughn.
Madam Chair, I would make a substitute motion that we approve the claim for $100 due to the former explanation. I do believe that this individual is owed restitution. That process was not taken. I don't know if that was due to staff negligence or just the type of claim, or if it was reported too late and not eligible for restitution. But I do think this individual is owed something. I hope that we have policy clarifications moving forward from the department. But in the meantime, I do think this claimant is owed something. And based on the items that he's requested and the ones I listed, I would make a substitute motion to approve it for $100. Thank you.
Is there a second? Senator McGinn. Seconds. I'm so sorry. Yeah, come on back. Can we? Okay, we have a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor of approving the claim 7419 for $100, say aye. Opposed? I think there was 4-6 or 2. What? 2, sorry, I meant 2. 6 was a total. The motion carries. We will approve the claim for $100. We're going to now look at claim number 7418. Anthony Martinez for $228. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move we deny the claim.
Do we have a second? Representative Mon seconds. Any discussion on this one? Senator Falscadeau.
Madam Chair, if I may ask the representative making the motion regarding the $12, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't his claim partially approved by him receiving the $12 or not?
Senator, I think that's the next one that will occur.
Okay.
Yep.
I withdraw my
7421.
discussion part.
74.
Madam Chair, thank you, Representative.
Mhm. This is the one about the property was stolen in the bathroom. Any discussion on this one? No, seeing no discussion, all those in favor of denying claim number 7418, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the claim is denied. Now, claim number 7421, which has to do with the credits on the tablet for $234. Do we have a motion on that one? Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to deny this. There was no monetary loss, and even though there was a technical glitch that removed those points, there was no loss to the individual.
Do we have a second? Representative Mon seconds. Okay, discussion on this one. Okay, seeing none, there's a motion and second that claim number 7421 is denied. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, claim number 7421 is denied. Okay, committee, we are going to go ahead and look at, we're going to look at claim number 7426, and then we're probably skip the next one, but we'll get back to it. But I want to go ahead and get one under our belt before we go to the 345 one. We do need to call them before 4, just so you know. Yes? No? Hang on. I got wrong or I misunderstood the information. Just a second. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do claim number 7426. Hi, Representative Mon. Thank you. I think hopefully you can join us on WebEx. Okay, thank you. Leaving too.
dial the extension number, press the star key to start over. We will now connect you.
Okay, we'll just move on to the next one for now. Okay, let's do claim number 7427 for $309.10. We'll come back to Mr. Lynn.
Please dial the extension number. We will now connect you.
Which one? It's this one. Okay.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Grant Nixon available?
Yes, just a moment. I gotta transfer you to a different.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Nixon available?
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Nixon, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, this is Susan Humphreys. I'm the chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State at the Kansas Legislature, and we're hearing your claim number 7427 in the amount of $309.10. You're on the speakerphone in front of the committee here at the Capitol. We have all of your documentation, and in a minute I will ask you to tell us about your claim. And then I will ask a representative from the agency to reply and tell us their side of the claim. And then we will consider the matter and provide you with a written determination within 21 days. So, in just a couple minutes, tell us what you would like us to know about your claim. Are you there?
Yes. You said it in a couple minutes or right now?
No, I'm sorry. Please tell us about your claim and just in just a couple of minutes, just go ahead. We're fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I can see why you thought that. Yeah.
No problem. All right. I was on the top bunk, laying there. My cellie left the door open, let the three people come in, extort the items from me, and then when I went to the clinic that night and asked for protective custody, before the officer could out, my roommate stole my extension cord, the 6-foot extension cord, and a little over, I think it was $100 or so of hygiene items out of my locker because I didn't have a lock yet. And that's what my claim is for. They said it was my responsibilities to have the door secure, but I can't be responsible for another inmate's actions. My cellie left the door open and let these people in, not me. I was on the top bunk watching TV when the three of them came in my room and extorted me out of the items. That's all I have.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And now we'll hear from the agency.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Tortorise. I am representing the Kansas Department of Corrections. So this is like other cases we've heard today. Coincidences, universe, it's whatever you want to call it. But under KAR 44-16-105, residents must prove staff negligence in order to succeed on a property claim. Here, staff has properly taken Mr. Nixon to protective custody when he requested it, and he has not said that they were delayed in doing so. He has not alleged or proven any staff negligence, which per the KAR would bar him from recovering as a property claim. Therefore, the department recommends his claim be denied. Thank you.
So I just will point out to you that he does say in his written letter that he feels staff was negligent. And you said he didn't make any allegations, but he did. I don't know if it was on the claim form, but it's on, I don't know, page 250 in our packet. It's a letter he wrote on January 18th, 2024. And he did allege that the staff was negligent. So just, you know, I'm not saying he proved it, but just pointing that out to you. Okay, committee, do you have any questions? Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So again, this is me learning about process and policy of the jail, but clearly the staff felt that the claimants fear and the things that he's saying were correct because he's moved to protective custody. So in my mind, that's an acknowledgement of the extortion and the stealing of his property. So when that happens, did the facility create a DR report for the cellmate? And again, this is leading back to my ultimate question about restitution, which if they had done a DR report, would that make this claimant eligible for restitution? Was that process followed? And if so, why not? Or if not, why not?
Darcy Holdhouse, Kansas Department of Corrections, Facility Management. I did not get a chance to look at this one. He did not exhaust. It didn't go through. So I don't have any evidence.
Madam Chair, may I? So do they have to exhaust this property loss procedure before they can request any kind of restitution? Or, because I'm wondering, it's clearly, I mean, all evidence seems to point to the fact that it was the fault of the cellmate. If the cellmate is the one who stole these goods, I would expect that they, you know, that they could pay restitution in order to replace these goods if the department did an investigation and found that all of that was correct. So why is that process not followed versus a property claim being submitted and then brought to us, if that makes sense? So why is this not being rectified internally in the jail system? Why is this coming through this process where all we're hearing is there's no staff negligence, therefore this claim shouldn't be paid, when clearly something went wrong? It's the fault of the cellmate. How do we get the cellmate to pay restitution in that case, or how is that process handled?
He would have been advised, which it seems like he was, because he did write an initial property claim. He just never sent it through. So if he sends it through, which is giving it to unit team gives it to, you know, they do the initial investigation, it then goes to the warden. So then the warden does an investigation, and then had he not liked that, he would have sent it through to the SOC, where I would have done an investigation of what they had done. So it just didn't do that process. So I don't have any answers because I didn't investigate this. So I don't have anything.
Madam Chair. So if we deny without prejudice and include in that a recommendation that this be moved through the process and then an investigation be completed, is that something that could be done for the potential for restitution? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, committee, any other questions? Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Nixon, as you heard, we will discuss this matter and we will let you know within 21 days of our decision. Okay?
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, we're going to move now to claim number 7430. It's a little bit different, but we're going to go ahead and call. Does anyone want to explain or just want me to explain? Molly's going to give us just a short explanation of this claim.
Yes, just in case we're not able to get a hold of the claimant, Mr. Brennan Trass was Essentially, he had a trial several years ago. He was found guilty by the jury. His conviction was later overturned by the Kansas Supreme Court earlier this year due to due process rights violations, and he is requesting approximately $750,000 for emotional pain as well as lost wages, child custody, and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. Yes, okay, and Mike's going to add a few things.
The due process violation was the court found that he had ineffective counsel. You should realize that there were 9 different attorneys appointed, and they were all fired by the inmate for various and sundry reasons. The main thing that the court focused on was that there was not sufficient explanation to the defendant that he was at risk by doing his own defense, which he in fact did. He admitted first to felony murder charge in a drug deal that went by or bad. So anyway, if you've got questions, I'll answer them. But
Okay, thank you. And yeah, and so the case was remanded for a new trial, and he is now in the Reno County Jail. And just also, even if Representative Mon has he joined by WebEx? He would recuse himself from this case because he does know the defendant. Okay, and then Representative Mon, or Vaughn, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. If I remember, we passed legislation about this matter last year, and I was wondering if the revisers might be able to help. I'm trying to remember if it included an exception for claimants who make a claim based on inadequate counsel or lack of good counsel. It was a bill that came through judiciary, because otherwise I would have thought that this claimant would be eligible to receive money through that process. I don't know if it's crime victims compensation, or I know we passed a bill.
this Kansas Supreme Court case was decided in September of this year. I'm not familiar with what happened a year ago, in all honesty, so.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I can look into it.
Well, we'll look that up. Okay, but let's go ahead and we're going to try and call him.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Brennan Trass available for a hearing on claim number 7430?
Yes, he's here and present.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, hi, Mr. Trask, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am,
There.
I can.
Okay, great. This is Susan Humphreys, and I'm the chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State in the Kansas Legislature. The committee is hearing your claim number 7430 in the amount of $750,000 for personal injury. You're on the speakerphone right now with the committee, and we all have your documentation in front of us. And I will ask you in a minute to tell us about your claim. After that, we will ask a representative from the agency to tell us their side of the issue. And then when all of that is complete, we will discuss and we will let you know our decision within 21 days. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, so tell us what you would like us to know about your claim.
Okay, well, I think I might have brought up a couple of different issues in my claim, but primarily I think it was concerning bids. So during litigation in my case, bids instructed the judge who was overseeing my case that she was allowed to make me represent myself in a criminal trial. And she also told her that she wasn't going to appoint any more counsel to represent me in that litigation. That case number is 15 CR 661, and that judge's name was Trish Rose, and that's out of Reno County, 27th Judicial District. court.
Okay.
And
so we understand that, that the Kansas Supreme Court agreed that your due process rights have been violated. So then you're back to have a new trial from what we understand from our information. But this is a claim about personal injury. Do you know what I'm talking about there?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is there anything more that you would like us to know about that specifically? I mean, we have the documentation in front of us, but I wonder if there's anything else that you'd like us to know about it.
Well, absolutely. I was deprived of the last 10 years of my life, and 5 of it was absolutely due to that issue of counsel, of being deprived of counsel, so that I could protect my interests. You know, I've suffered a lot of loss from that. I've been just estranged from my children. I was unable to provide for them financially. I lost outright because state agency deprived me of my rights to the Constitution, and I lost. I lost liberty. I lost finance. I lost relationships. I lost opportunities due to that.
Yeah. Okay.
And so that's the injury that I suffered.
Okay. And just to be clear, have you exhausted all of your remedies in the civil court for this?
So oddly enough, I did research and I brought these claims up, and there are no remedies for because BIDS isn't or wasn't liable for suit at the time by law. And so I had no other remedies to pursue these damages.
Okay.
Because BIDS isn't liable.
Okay, that answers my question. So now we will hear from BIDS. We'll hear from the representative of the agency. Or you can introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Grant Kleiss. I'm Judicial Branch Counsel with the Office of Judicial Administration here for the 27th Judicial District, and Judge Trish Rose.
Okay. Okay.
Step in if you want to address the BIDS aspect.
First. Well, because the claim, our claim number 7430 is against BIDS.
Madam Chair, it names 3 different groups within the claim. It names BIDS, the 27th Judicial District, Judge Trish Rose, and the Board of Commissioners for Reno County. But if you'd like to address the BIDS issues first, I'm happy to.
Whatever order you all would like to go in is fine.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair and the members of the committee, my name is Brandon Barrett. I'm General Counsel for BIDS. Our Director, Heather Cessna, is here as well, but she's a little under the weather, so she asked me to pinch hit for her. In brief, I think what needs to be said is in our written response, so I'll keep it very quick. We don't believe that there is a valid claim here in general. I don't believe that enough factual basis has been alleged to state that there is anything BIDS did that was improper. Even by Mr. Trass's statement on the phone today, there is and based on the opinion itself, a confirmation that the court had the authority to allow him to proceed pro se. That rests with the court. BIDS does not get to decide who is appointed to a case or that a person is appointed to a case. That is the court's authority to exercise. BIDS does not have a role in that. For that reason, we would ask the claim be denied in full. Even if the committee decides to proceed further than that, there are still remedies Mr. Trass has, even if BIDS cannot be sued directly under the KJRA or otherwise. Under 60-5004, which I believe is what Representative Vaughn was referencing earlier, there is a remedy for an individual who has been found factually innocent to proceed on wrongful conviction claims at a rate of $65,000 per year of wrongful incarceration. However, that will not be a viable claim until after the retrial or dismissal of his current case. However, he was just appointed counsel on that within the last 3 weeks. I believe a resolution of those claims is at minimum months away from now. So the claim is not yet ripe. That even assumes jurisdiction on the part of this committee to hear it. And given that there is a judicial remedy, I don't believe that there is proper jurisdiction to hear the claim in the first place.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now the judicial, okay, wait, before you go, committee, do you have any questions? Nope. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And go ahead and introduce yourself again.
Yes. Grant Kleiss, Judicial Branch Counsel. echoing what Bid said, it is our position that this claim is not ripe, that Mr. Trass has not exhausted all his potential remedies. As Bids was saying, there is a trial scheduled. I believe it's in late February of 2025 is his new trial date. And it's not reflected in the registry of actions also, but I believe Mr. Trash, the court granted bond, but I don't, the fact that Mr. Trash is still in the prison or the jail, he hasn't bonded out yet. I would just raise that to the committee's attention. But like Bids was saying, we believe this is premature. His criminal cases, Mr. Trash's criminal case is ongoing. He could still be convicted. The Supreme Court, in its opinion, where it found that there was a violation of Mr. Trash's Sixth Amendment right to counsel, did also find that there was no speedy trial violation, and also that there was sufficient evidence for the original jury conviction. But ultimately, we recommend that the committee deny this without prejudice under Rule 2 because it's not yet right.
And just to clarify, I understand it's not yet right, but what you seem to indicate that he hadn't exhausted all of his remedies. What has he not exhausted?
Well, like Bids mentioned, potentially some sort of civil case for wrongful conviction imprisonment if he is found factually innocent. And you know, a major portion of his claim is Mr. Trash is claiming that he was deprived of roughly the last 10 years because of these criminal cases or because of his criminal charges. But like I mentioned, he could still be convicted again since his criminal case is ongoing.
Okay. Okay, committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Kleiss? Anybody? So I do have a question for Mr. Trass, if you're still there.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you file a 1983 lawsuit? And that's not yet been, just, have you filed anything else? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so during the litigation of this case, as soon as Judge Rose had made her ruling and forced me to represent myself based off of Bid's instruction to do so, that's when I filed a judicial complaint against Trish Rose, and I also filed a 1983 lawsuit, but they denied it and said that it was failure upon which the state a claim that can be given relief. But I also didn't have the resources as far as law library or access to be able to present my claim in a sufficient manner either. So, I mean, does that answer your question?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you. Committee, do you have any other questions for anybody that has spoken, Bids or the judicial branch? Yep. Mm-hmm. Representative Rajas.
I guess, I might as well. So whichever one wants to talk, because we're not quite there yet. What are the steps? So, I mean, is the best thing to do is to do this, deny without prejudice, so it can be, or because really we're not even at the point even to deny it because it's not fully, I mean, it seems like that this is an ongoing situation. So this may be pretty early based on what Representative Vaughn said, what we did pass before, but that's maybe a little bit of a half step off of what we're dealing with today, from what I can recall. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out what we do the right thing moving forward.
Yes, I'm happy to answer. This is Brandon Barrett, General Counsel for Bids again. Representative, my position would remain that it shouldn't even reach that point, that a full denial would be the most appropriate remedy here, at least as to Bids, because there are not sufficient facts alleged to make any sort of factual nexus between what is alleged and any sort of monetary claim. However, if we do get to that point of saying there is such a factual nexus and we're dealing only with the prematurity of the claim, the process would look something like this. There have been a number of Supreme Court decisions that came out this year. I would point to the Dulles and Sims decisions, Dulles is cited in our written response, that indicate that an individual must have a reversal or something equivalent. Mr. Trass does have that. That happened in September. But the factual the legal unconstitutionality of the conviction is not enough. There must be a claim of factual innocence that is proven or demonstrated in some other way. That is what the trial is there to determine. Or if Reno County elects not to continue a prosecution, there are other ways under 60-5004 that factual basis can be established. Once that is done, the prerequisites for a filing under 60-5004 are met, and a civil suit can be filed that way. And that would be the appropriate remedy, in my mind, for any sort of wrongful conviction. That is the procedure the legislature has laid out for a miscarriage of justice.
Madam Chair.
Just a minute.
Okay.
Representative Rajas.
And then I could bring the other from the district up. Is that correct? Okay. So I just want to make sure we fully understand, so I fully understand. This is not a reversal of conviction. This is what we're dealing with today is the lack of liberty, the lack of livelihood today. But if this was denied completely in a year from now or after the next trial, he wants to bring this again, there would be no other things kind of attached. It feels like to me there's still a lot of attachments to this. And I'm confused probably as well to make sure, because it seems like we're kind of coming in at halftime rather than at the end of the game on this, if you understand. So I just want to make sure, like I say, I want to make sure we're doing the right thing. You don't get ahead of ourselves, or don't do something that is not giving him the opportunity to make sure he has all the, it truly does exhaust every remedy if we're even there yet.
Yes, Grant Class for OJA. I agree. I believe that kind of going along with what my written response provided is that the criminal case is ongoing. Mr. Trash is still incarcerated right now, but he has been granted bond. So some of his claim about denial over the last 10 years might be the committee might want to consider it based on how his new trial ends up, what the result is. And then also the committee could get more information about how long he was allegedly wrongfully incarcerated, if that's what the committee finds, or if that's what happens a year from now. Because like my response noted, Mr. Trash is claiming he was wrongfully incarcerated for roughly the last 10 years, but the first half of that was when he was facing the criminal charges the first time prior to his first trial. So that might not be something that would have been that the committee would want to include in any potential award. That's why I believe that it is not yet ripe for the committee to decide on the merits of this claim.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, committee?
Excuse me,
Hey.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, you may have a minute before we wrap this up, but go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So, listening to what the council was talking about, the 60-5004, which would be for wrongful imprisonment. But see, this is an issue that predates that. So it's not about what will happen in the future criminal trial. That's for a future litigation. What's happened is the damage has already been done, and BIDS caused it. By BIDS instructing Trish Rose that she is to make me represent myself, and BIDS telling her that they weren't going to appoint any more counsel to me. That's the damage. That doesn't have anything to do with the 60-5004 claim in the future, and BIDS wouldn't be liable under the 60-5004 either.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do you have any questions about that? Okay, thank you. Mr. Trask, we have all of the documentation. We will take it under consideration. We will let you know our decision within 21 days.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay,
I appreciate your
sure.
time and everyone
Okay.
else's.
Okay, same. Bye-bye. Okay, committee, let's just go ahead and make recommendations for these last two that we've heard. I think they're fresh on our mind, so let's go ahead and do it. Maybe even let's go ahead and do claim number 7430. I'm sorry, the one we just heard first. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve claim number 7430. Madam Chair,
Senator Dietrich.
I would like to make the motion that we move to deny claim number 7430 without prejudice.
Do we have a second? Representative Vaughn seconds. Do we have discussion on this one? Okay, and Senator Faustico, just so you know, when we do that, it means they can bring the claim back. Maybe you already knew that, but I wanted to give you.
Madam Chair, I know that.
Okay, great. That's good. I just wasn't sure since you hadn't sat on the committee before if you knew that or not.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and second to deny claim number 7430 without prejudice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, the ayes do have it. Claim number 7430 will be denied without prejudice. Now let's look at claim number 7427. Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion that we also deny claim 2427 without prejudice. And I would, due to Rule 2, but if possible, I would like to include the recommendation that it be investigated by Darcy or whatever the appropriate language is for a possible disciplinary issue and potential for restitution.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Thank you, Senator Dietrich, seconds. Okay, do we have discussion on that one? I'll just ask staff, that seems like a possibility that we can do it that way with that language?
I want to clarify.
Yep.
So the motion is to deny without prejudice with an additional recommendation for potential restitution from the facility?
For the facility to investigate the potential for restitution.
Investigation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion on this? Okay, we have a motion and second to deny claim number 7427 without prejudice according to Rule 2, with also an additional recommendation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes do have it. Claim number 7427 will be dismissed without prejudice. Okay. We have one more that we tried to get twice on the phone and we weren't able to. I guess we will go ahead and.
Madam Chair, can I just,
Yes.
this is Representative Vaughn, can I just intervene real quick? I just needed the record to reflect that I took no part in the matter concerning Mr. Trass. I do have a conflict in that regard. I just wanted the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And I think I did mention that to the committee maybe right before you hopped on.
Perfect.
But
Thank you.
yeah, thank you for making sure that that was in the record. Anything else? Okay, we're going to go on to claim number 7427. Nope, wrong, 7426. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and try to get him. But if not, go ahead and It's on web. Leave a message.
Please record your message. When you have finished recording, simply hang up or press pound for further options.
Hi, my name is Molly Pratt, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We were trying to get a hold of Mr. Patrick Lynn for his hearing on his claim. We're trying to finish up the committee by 4:30, so in about 15 minutes. If you get this message in time, you can try to call the number 785-368-7009. Thank you.
Okay, committee, we're going to go ahead and hear this claim. Hopefully they'll call back, but we are able to do that. So I think, Molly, do you have sort of a synopsis of the claim? And it is on page 218. We have had Mr. Lynn before. I don't know if y'all remember. He writes a little bit how he talks. If you look.
I have a very brief summary. I can go into more detail if the committee would like. Claimant states that his property was destroyed by the Hutchison Correctional Facility staff when he was transferred to the El Dorado Correctional Facility. Reimbursement would be for electronics, hygiene products, and other items. And again, I can go into more detail if the committee would like.
So Molly, can you explain to us $250,000? That's a lot of hygiene products.
Page 224 mentions, well, that is his receipt, I guess. Oh, $75,000 would be for psychological injuries. $250 for broken property. And then maybe $225 for missing property. And it's continued on.
I'm going to give y'all just a minute to look over this. Kind of starts on page 218 and goes for several pages. had a chance to look over these pages. Senator McGinn, thank you again. Okay, let's go ahead and hear from the agency.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Tortorese. I represent the Kansas Department of Corrections. So Mr. Lynn has provided no proof of any of his claims and just his lengthy handwritten accounts. There is no record of his property being destroyed in the room. And additionally, he does have a history of destroying some of his own property and then blaming other residents or other staff. Additionally, it is KDOC policy to separate legal materials into smaller boxes versus the one large box that Mr. Lynn claims to have had his materials in at the time, and he has not exhausted before coming to this committee. For these reasons, we recommend his claim be denied. Thank you.
Okay, committee, do you have any questions for Ms. Tortorese? Okay, we have not gotten a call back. Okay, so we kind of told them till 4:30. So what I'd like to do is just take a little pause on this claim and maybe have a little bit of discussion. You know, if possible, we could have our recap of what we did today, even though that one I know is still up in the air. And then I think Mike was going to give us some recommendations for the committee. And Representative Mon is still on WebEx, is that right? Okay, great. So we do still have a quorum. Okay, so Mike, let me turn it over to you and you can give us some thoughts.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, the statute that authorizes the Department of Corrections to pay claims up to $500 and so on. Basically, if they have to allege, there has to be negligence found by the Department of Corrections in order to pay either a personal injury claim or a property claim. Their procedure book, which they policies and procedures and so on, has a required notice and so forth, but to the Department of Corrections before they would basically file a claim, I think, with this committee. I'm not sure the statute is specific enough, and my recommendation would be, if you want, I mean, we can continue as we have been for a number of years, so but just to add a few words to the statute, which is 46-920, that any claim that from an inmate they would have to give a notice to the Department of Corrections, like their rule says, but that would not, and I mean, basically that would be it. It'd just be a kind of a notice procedure, and it would be a simple notice, which in fact would just codify what the Department of Corrections is already requiring. And make it clear that the department doesn't have to sign off on the claim or anything, but it would give them the ability to investigate a claim so they could respond when it's is heard by the committee. Not 100% sure that it's needed, but it's a possibility. I make one other comment, just totally unrelated, that the claims bill will start in the Senate.
Sure, it will start in the Senate. Thank you. Okay, to clarify, was there a monetary amount that that was tied to your suggestion?
If it's over 500.
Yeah, okay,
Right,
okay.
basically. And, you know, you could raise the amount. The problem with raising the amount is probably every claim's gonna, well, anyway. The $500 has been in the statute for a while, but the majority of claims that come before this committee are less than $500 actually. So I'm not sure there's a real need to raise the amount.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that suggestion.
If I might add, at the October 23rd meeting, the joint committee made a recommendation to raise the statutory amount from $500 to $750 that the Department of Corrections is allowed to pay without having the resident come before this committee. I'm just not sure how that would work with anything that may happen today with recommendations. So I'd like to clarify that with Mike eventually.
Require a statutory change, obviously. And if the committee wants to do the 750, you're going to be amending the same statute that I suggested the clarification, so.
Okay, committee, do you have any questions or any comments? Senator Fascadoo.
Could you please clarify, did you say that the inmate would have to make that claim to who and by when?
The statute is 46-920. Secretary of Corrections may reimburse any inmate of any correctional institution or other facility under the Secretary's jurisdiction for any personal injury or personal property damage or loss occurring under circumstances which establish in the Secretary's opinion that the loss or damage was caused by negligence of the state or any agency or officer or employee, and so on. Their policy rules require that all claims for over $500 have to be reported to the Secretary of Corrections or their policy. So to me, the statute doesn't really directly deal with it, but it could be implied, I guess. It has been implied because that's what the procedure is, so.
Madam Chair, Mike, so the understanding I'm trying to get and the clarification I'm trying to make is, so that claim against the state must be made by, is there a certain date, a deadline for that claim to be made? Because Madam Chair, I've heard throughout this presentation today or Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State is over and over that no claim was made against the staff. No negligence claim was made against the staff of the correctional facility. So, and, you know, I'm just curious, is there, you know, and I've heard over and over, well, you know, we talk about dates. I'm just curious, is there, so if Senator Dietrich insults or hits me today, you know, what's my deadline of making that claim?
If you're in the correctional institution, I guess there's a different.
I feel like it.
I'm just, anyway, let me answer the policy document of the Department of Corrections. Claims for property loss shall be submitted within 15 working days of the discovery of a loss. Claims for personal injury shall be submitted within 10 days of the claimed personal injury. So the policy procedure that the Department of Corrections has and is available to the inmates, I assume, that they've got 15 days if it's property and 10 days if it's personal injury. There's I'm not sure how strictly the Department of Corrections is bound by those guidelines, or those, not guidelines, but that rule. It seems to me there's claims here that probably have not been reported within the 10 or 15 day.
And Madam Chair, and thank you, Mike, because what I've been hearing, Madam Chair, is that they're doing it a little different at each correctional facility. It just kind of depends. And then, Madam Chair, I don't know. I do know what without prejudice means, but are we at the point right now where we are making recommendations, or could I?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I would certainly recommend to the Department of Corrections that they look into some procedure to solve the situations whereas an inmate crime against inmate. So if they have to go, if if the inmate has to go to the doctor or to a class, a program, or take a shower, and they have another roommate, and they come back from the shower and their things are gone. Now the staff didn't do it, but the roomie did. So if they could, the Department of Corrections would look into, perhaps they can make recommendations to us or to whomever how to handle that in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We certainly saw a lot of that today. Those in spurts. Okay, any other questions or recommendations, committee? Making sure Representative Mon didn't have your hand up. Just recommendation.
No, Madam Chair. Sorry, I
Okay.
had to
No, that's okay.
find the mute button on the
Yeah, good. No,
microphone.
just wanted to, I didn't know if you had any comments. Okay, well, we have not heard back from from Patrick Lynn and at El Dorado. So I think we can go ahead. It is now 4:30. Why don't we go ahead and discuss claim number 7426? We have a motion on that. Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to deny claim number 7426.
We have a second. Representative Raja seconds. Okay, do we have any discussion on this one? Okay, we have a motion second to deny claim number 7426. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we will deny claim number 7426. Okay, so do we have a summary yet of what we did today? Okay.
Is it gonna be? So, okay, but, for the summary, today, the Joint Committee awarded 3 claims for a total of $180.04, all against the Department of Corrections. At the October hearing, the committee awarded $50 against the Department of Corrections. And in the August committee meeting, the committee awarded $6,200, half from KDAD's existing funds and half from existing funds from the Department of Health and Environment. I can get a total for the entire interim. It just might take me a second.
What was that? 180.04.
Okay, any questions about that, what we've done today? Okay, thank you for that. The total for all of our meeting days is 6,000. We didn't, oh yeah, just FYI, we didn't have any motor fuel this time. It's crazy.
If my math is correct, the total amount approved by the joint committee during the 2024 interim, $6,430.04.
Okay. All right. So now, right before we finish, just to clarify the recommendations. So, Mike, I just would ask you, and it can be from me personally, to go ahead and begin a bill to change that, the notice of the department, just codify what they have. And then also, I think we'll go ahead, you had that recommendation to go from 50 to 750, or 500 to 750. So let's go ahead and put that in there, but we'll discuss that, in the committee as that comes up. You can go ahead. Okay, thank you. And then we also had recommendation from Senator Falscadeau to just work on the policy, and I think we're just continuing to do that and meeting with the Department of Corrections and clarifying with them. And I do think we made a good headway this year when we had that meeting on October 23rd with the Secretary of Corrections. Appreciated him spending those hours with us. And I think we did well. We're making headway, and we'll just continue. So thank you, everyone, for being here. And Molly? Mm-hmm.
Sorry, there is one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
Per the appropriations bills, the Department of Administration is to provide a report on payment of claims if requested. I went ahead and requested that since it's been done in previous years. And for the claims awarded during the 2023 interim, there were 8. And all but 2 of those 8 claims have been paid. The 2 that have not been paid were against inmates at correctional facilities, and I don't have the reasoning as to why the claimants did not accept payment.
On both of those claims, they did not accept payment. Okay, well, there's few of us left here, but had a great day. Merry Christmas to everybody, and thank you, staff and everybody, for your service. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, very soon. So, no, well, we're not making any decisions. We're just saying, well, I don't know. We can't adjourn, I guess. We're going to have an adjournment motion. We're just going to have to stay here. So, yeah, exactly. Nope, we're adjourned. Thank you.